Slyšíš mě? Je něco slyšet? Pepo? Pepo? Nic, nic. A teď? Yes.
Zkouška, zkouška. Hi, I'm Alexandra. I work in Red Hat in a debugger team, and I'll tell you why do you want to use Valgrind and GDB together and what I've done to make it easier. So I'll be talking about GDB, about Valgrind, and about how to use them together. I think it's not well known that you can connect to Valgrind from inside GDB and ask Valgrind about things. So before some new features came to Valgrind, you used to need 2 terminals. So you would run Valgrind at one terminal, you would run GDB at other terminal, and you connect them together using VGDB. I wrote an article about how to do that and what advantages it may have. Also, I'd like to talk a bit about DevConf.CZ. So, GDB as a debugger is interactive. You'll run your program under GDB, you can stop it, you can inspect variables, and so on. But Valgrind is not. When you are running program under Valgrind, you can't change anything on the fly, and Valgrind will give you some diagnostics at the end. But when using Valgrind and GDB together, it's different. So Valgrind has a GDB server embedded in it, and when running GDB, you can connect to Valgrind, and when Valgrind will have any problem with your code, like, for example, invalid write happens, there is conditional jump dependent on uninitialized value or anything, Valgrind will stop GDB. It will stop running your program. And at this point, you can send some comments to Valgrind. You can ask Valgrind about, is this variable defined or not, for example. Current Valgrind release brings several new features which makes connecting to Valgrind easier. With VGDB multimode, you don't need to use 2 terminals to connect to Valgrind anymore. Now you can run GDB and you can run Valgrind from inside GDB. And the other new features is Valgrind Python script, which allows you to ask Valgrind about things in a very convenient way. Both of them are already in Fedora 38, and they work out of the box together with DevConf.CZ. I'd like to say a few words about DevConf.CZ. DevConf.CZ is HTTP-based server which contains debug-info packages, and various debugging tools can fetch them from there automatically. On Fedora 38, it's enabled by default, and Valgrind will automatically fetch any missing debug-info packages. And GDB will ask you whether you want to do that. In some cases, when you have a lot of debug-info packages missing, this might take a lot of time. So it might be inconvenient for you. So Aaron Mary is working on on-demand downloading. So a few words about VGDB multimode. So first of all, what's VGDB? VGDB means Valgrind to GDB, and it's a small tool which serves as an intermediary between Valgrind and GDB. Valgrind GDB server starts only with the program, so we need VGDB to set up some initial communication. For doing that, we are using GDB's remote protocol. So GDB using remote protocol will communicate with VGDB and pass some arguments to it, and then VGDB will launch Valgrind. Why do you want to use this? One thing, you don't need 2 terminals to communicate with GDB anymore, with Valgrind anymore. You'll run GDB and you can launch Valgrind from it. And other advantages it brings, you can keep your breakpoints, you have GDB history. This simplifies scripting a lot. But this feature is slightly experimental, and it has some limitations I want to talk about. So one of the limitations of this is that GDB VGDB communication uses standard input and standard output, which means that your debugged program can't read from standard input and can't output. So the standard in and out is pretty much being eaten by GDB VGDB communication. You can avoid this by running VGDB in a separate terminal and connecting them using ports. But this makes things more complicated, and it makes things more complicated, but you still have the advantages you can still keep the breakpoints, GDB history, and so on. I'm working on addressing this. I'm trying to redirect GDB server communication in general to use sockets instead of standard input and standard output. Other limitation of this feature is you can run Valgrind from inside GDB, but it's not that simple yet. You need to perform some preparational steps. We are working on implementing target Valgrind, which would hide all the preparational steps, and it will make it easier to just run Valgrind. I forgot to say, this VGDB multi feature was designed by Mark Vielard, and I co-worked with him on implementing it. So how to actually run Valgrind from inside GDB? First of all, you just run GDB as usual. Then you need to do these preparational steps. You need to set remote exec file to your debugged program. Then, because this is the remote protocol or GDB server communication, it thinks that it's some remote debugging, but we are doing things locally, so we need to set this route to /. And this command, this target extended remote pipe VGDB, is the command that will launch Valgrind. Here you can see vargs. Those are arguments passed to Valgrind. Here we are using quiet because we don't want Valgrind to talk too much. If you want to debug your program repeatedly, if you want to run the command repeatedly, you can do all the preparational steps in one command using GDB's X command. And as I told before, we are working on target Valgrind, which should be, I don't know. I think it will be soon. It will be here soon. So the next feature, which was written or implemented by Philippe Varroquier, is Python extension for monitor commands. So monitor commands is the way how to communicate with GDB server. There's a special request GDB sends to GDB server, and GDB server's response to them. There is no further integrations. It's just a text. Valgrind has GDB server, which is embedded, and Valgrind has a specific set of its own monitor commands. And this feature allows better integration. So it brings help. So before this, you had to look up what are the commands. But now you can type help Valgrind, and GDB will tell you which commands are possible. Also, there is auto-completion. So GDB will automatically complete the command, and you don't have to remember it. You can search even for the command. And what's, I think, the best is GDB will evaluate the command arguments. The thing is, so you have some undefined variable, for example, and you want to inspect it. You want to ask Valgrind, is this defined? And before this feature, because Valgrind doesn't know anything about variables. It only knows about addresses. So you had to ask GDB to evaluate the address of the variable for you, and then you would feed that to the monitor command. But now, GDB will evaluate any argument for you, which is very convenient. So how it looks like in the real life. So you'll run GDB and some program. Then you will perform the preparational steps. So you'll set remote exec file, you set sysroot to /, and then you'll use this command to run valgrind with some arguments. You can use other arguments, of course. Like you can specify valgrind tool to use, for example, like tool call grind, for example, or anything else. Then you can set a breakpoint in this point or anything you want to do with GDB. You can see here that valgrind monitor script was loaded. It is only loaded when valgrind's GDB server is used. Also, you can see here, you can type help valgrind, and let's do that. So if you type help valgrind, GDB will list possible valgrind tools you can use. Note that memcheck is default tool for valgrind, but you can use any else. So memcheck deals with memory issues, and valgrind it deals with threading, for example. But valgrind has a bunch of other tools. So here you can see that if you can get specific help for any of the tool, and it will list a list of commands that it's possible to use. Another interesting thing that this Python extension brings is an option to change valgrind option dynamically. So when you normally run valgrind, you'll set some options, and you can change them on the fly. But when valgrind is connected to GDB, you will stop at some point. For example, you set the breakpoint, and you can add or change some options. You can add verbose. You can set traces calls to yes or any other option. So now I want to show how you may use monitor commands. So for example, the other thing I want to show is that you continue in GDB, and then you got interrupted by valgrind, and its output is interleaved with GDB's output. So here valgrind says there is a conditional jump or move dependent on uninitialized value. And here this sigtrep signal is a signal generated by valgrind to stop your program. And GDB will output you the line of the code where valgrind has problems. So there are two flags here, and one of them is uninitialized. And to determine which of them is uninitialized, we can use memcheck get babits command. Here you can see that we can feed memcheck this, and this Python script will evaluate the address of this variable. So we get vbits knows which bit is defined and which is not. And all ones refers to undefined, and zeros refers to defined. So this flag is undefined. So it's the one which was uninitialized. Another interesting memcheck command is whopoints_add. It will list you references to some pointers. So if you think that the pointer might be leaked, it can help you. Another interesting valgrind feature is stop at exit. So normally when your program will end, valgrind will shut down. But you can ask it to stop at exit. So stop. And at this point, you can use some monitor commands. I don't have an example with leaks, sorry. So here I ask memcheck if there is any memory leak, and Valgrind says no, everything was read. So for a summary, using Valgrind and GDB together might be incredibly useful, but it used to be a bit tricky to set up. You need to know about how to set up two terminals, and also I think not many people even know it's possible. But with those new features Valgrind brings in the current release, it's much simpler. But there are some problems we are working on addressing. Here I'm linking my work in progress. I'm trying to redirect GDB server communication when GDB server is run locally and using standard input, standard out two sockets. And also, I wrote some articles about how to use Valgrind and GDB together. I have a code example here with intentional bugs there. And I'm giving an examples of various commands, various monitor commands. Also, I have a personal blog, and sometimes I would blog about my project there. Also, I'd like to thank all the people that made Valgrind and GDB closer. So Aaron Mary is helping implementing debug-info support for Valgrind and GDB. Philippe Baroquier is the author of Python monitor commands. And also he was the one who integrated GDB server into Valgrind. Mark Villar designed the GDB multimode, and we worked on it together. And Andrew Burgess is helping me with my standard in, standard out two socket redirection on GDB side. Thank you for listening. Questions?
Thank you, Alexandra, for a great presentation. I just want to mention that you can ask questions right in the room or via metrics. So feel free to ask anything.
Okay, is the audio being?
Just say a question, and Alexandra will repeat it into the microphone.
Okay, then I will make it short. So Valgrind is a simulator, right? And basically the program gets translated into some bytecodes. I think it's called Ucode, right? Inside Valgrind. So my question is, when you are debugging a program using this mode, do you still have access like to a step instruction, you know, and
Yes.
to the assembly code and your program, like if you was debugging it directly?
So yeah, I have to repeat your question. So when debugging when connected to Valgrind, do we still have access to step, to GDB step?
Yeah, do you still see your program?
Yes.
Like transparently, like
Yes. The only thing that you can see is your program output, that it outputs to standard output.
But other than that, it's like
Yes, but other than that, it might contain some bugs because it's a completely new feature. So you might try it and you might find bugs, but stepping should be possible.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is it possible to pass both Valgrind and GDB to GCC? I wasn't aware of this feature, so I haven't tried. So sorry, I'll try. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the talk, very interesting. I have a question on function call traces. So my question is that we can use to find call traces, important call traces in Valgrind. So the question is that Valgrind also has this call graph tool.
Yes.
So the simple question is that how reliable is these tools to be used in Valgrind? Or, I mean, they have this GUI interface, so I'm always skeptical that I should not use this GUI and just stick to the GDB breakpoints. If you can just comment on that.
So I have to say that I haven't used a Valgrind myself. I was using memcheck when developing this, so I don't know. I would have to try.
My understanding this is that this is a technology specific to desktop application development. Can this be adapted to microcontrollers?
GDB. You can use GDB with microcontrollers.
Yes, we use a GDB server.
So if there is
Valgrind can be adapted to.
Sure, like if you have enough memory to install Valgrind, I can see no reason why it won't work. But I haven't tried on microcontrollers myself. But it should work.
Only I can confirm that Valgrind works on Linux ARM machines, so it should work.
Yeah, you try. Great, thank you.
I have done it with our students.
Yes, Glenn.
When using Valgrind, you can sometimes see something like a write happened after memory was free, for instance. If the program stops at that point, can we from GDB ask Valgrind to print like when the memory was freed or when it was allocated? Is there a way to ask that information? Or
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point, sorry. I would have to look up documentation.
please repeat the question.
Yeah, so the question was if Valgrind stopped because there was using of the memory after free, so how exactly we would ask Valgrind using memory monitor commands to tell us? I'm not sure. So I don't know every monitor command from the top of my head. I would have to look up documentation. Yes.
So thank you, Alexander. Or there is sorry, go on.
Do you know if it's possible to integrate Valgrind with LLDB?
Yeah, I haven't tried. So the question was, is it possible to integrate Valgrind with LLDB? And my answer is, I haven't tried. But I think it's an interesting thing to try. Thank you for the question.
Can you show your example
This one?
Before there was GDB stop after the Valgrind find an error, right?
Yes.
Can we define which error we want to stop? After which error we want to stop our program?
Okay, so the question is, can we ask Valgrind to stop only at specific places?
Let's say we have a lot of errors, or potential errors in our program, and we want to define.
I think we would have to use suppression. So there is a suppression mechanism that you can use with Valgrind for those cases. Yes. Yes.
Or maybe it is possible to put there some automatic reaction in the GDB define.
I don't.
It is possible define to automatically continue, for example.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. You put breakpoint in and put automatic continue.
But
Yeah, but you need to check what errors.
yeah, it depends on which information Valgrind gives to GDB at that instance. So
Because Valgrind finds a lot of potential errors, but it's not always.
Yes.
real
Yes.
error.
I think
So we don't want to stop.
I would use suppressions.
Okay.
It would be great if there is dynamic possibility to add dynamically suppressions at runtime.
Yeah, that sounds great. Maybe we should start working on that.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra, for all your answers.
Before we start, I would like to remind you that we have a matrix room for this specific room where you can ask questions, or you can of course ask questions at the end or during, if it's okay.
It's okay.
And without any further ado, we have Philip Selag here with distributed SQL transactions.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'll be talking about how to make your own little transaction across multiple servers using just Python and Postgres. So let me introduce myself. That's me. My background is chemical informatics. I worked on software for drug discovery. Then I co-founded a machine learning startup. Then I worked for Twisto, a financial startup. I was there since it was about 20-person company until it was sold. I helped it scale up technically across multiple countries. And now I work for a company called Monitora. We do media monitoring. And still, again, it's a small company, mostly Czech Republic, Slovakia, and we are working on building a worldwide product. So that's what I do mostly. I help companies to scale up from a small startup to a major company on the technological level. With my wife, we are also organizing courses, mostly for people who want to learn programming, but who do not want to become programmers. So in Monitora, what do? We scan the internet. We watch for news, for printed news, for online news, social networks, and so on, so that we can answer the question, what do they write about me, as if I'm a big company, a politician, whoever. We can give you the top news from today. We can perform analysis on the articles. On the back end, it means we need to do a lot of crawling. We do OCR, a lot of interesting tech. The deduplication of articles across the web is an interesting problem. We do a lot of machine learning to recognize what the article is about, to be able to summarize it. We search large amounts of texts. And what is interesting in this company is that we are a small team. At the moment, it's 6 people on the back end, and we want to remain a small team as we build a worldwide product. Currently, we are looking for 1 DevOps person, so if anyone is interested. What scale are we talking about? At the moment, we are mostly Czech Republic and Slovakia, partially Germany and other countries, and we have more than 6 terabytes in a Postgres database, and we are aiming for 50 times or 100 times more to be able to scale it to the whole world. So for this, we use a distributed database. So we want to scale it horizontally because that big server would be possible, but a bit unwieldy. We chose Citus. It's a Postgres extension. You can put only some tables to the distributed mode. So you have a clear migration path from your existing Postgres database. But some of the more complex joins between the tables which are on different servers might be limited. And I like to understand how the technology I use works on the deeper level. So here, we will be doing something similar to what Citus does, but implementing it by ourselves. So let's build a toy example. Let's build a piggy bank. We will have some users with their accounts. Each account has a balance. And we want to be able to safely transfer money across the accounts. But because we are a piggy bank, we do not lend money. We do not allow overdrafts. So we want to be able to move money and not lose any. But we will be making it distributed across multiple servers. So first, we need to decide how we will distribute the data themselves. So for this, we can use the sharding approach and just make the same table structure on every worker server. So we have here 2 servers, and each of them has a table of accounts with their balances, but each server stores only half of the data. And how do we decide which server should store which row? We will simply take a hash of the account name and take some operation that will deterministically decide where to put it. So in Python, we would do it this way. We define what shards do we have, which workers should they be placed on. We define a helper function. We call it worker for account. And this function will take a name of the account and return the ID of the worker or ID of the shard. And there is another helper function, it's called SQL, and it will just take a name of the worker or ID of the worker and SQL commands to execute on that worker. It will come in handy later. I'm not showing the implementation for the second function. There will be a link to the code if you want to play with it at the end. So first, we want to put some money into account. We want to create an account for a person. That's easy. We just need to know which worker manages that account, and we want to route the insert query to the right worker. That's fine. We know the hash function. We know which worker it is. So it's a matter of this single server. Now we want to do an operation which spans multiple servers. For example, we want to know how much money people have at our bank, so how much money we might be forced to pay if they come and ask for their money. So yeah, that's kind of easy. We just list all of the workers that we have, and we go across the workers, ask them for their sum of the balances, and just report it. That's fine. OK, so that's fine. Case closed. We can go home. We have our piggy bank across multiple servers. But what if one of the servers fail? I will be talking mostly about what happens when something fails, because that's why we do transactions. So one of the workers went kaboom, and we can no longer connect to it. That's bad. We lost half of our data because we have two workers. How do we deal with that in Postgres? We can do replication. Just a standard tool for Postgres database. We replicate data from one server to another, and we do it independently for each of the shard workers. So when one of the servers fail, we have some mechanism to route the traffic to the other one. It can be a proxy, it can be a virtual IP that moves, it can be a DNS name that allows us to say, OK, hey, this is the worker one. The worker one is now on a different server. There are standard tools for Postgres that do it. We use Patroni. But if you use Kubernetes, there is Crunchy Postgres operator, or Patroni also has Kubernetes support. So this is something that you'll probably want to do, because if you have multiple servers, there is a higher probability that at least one of them will fail. But it's a problem that can be managed. A short diversion, the CAP theorem. Just raise me your hand who has never heard of CAP. OK, so it's a theoretic theorem which says that in case of network partition, some of the servers cannot reach the other servers. Maybe the network failed somewhere. Maybe they are just too busy. some of the servers cannot talk to all the others. You have to choose between either consistency of your data or availability. Because if you cannot reach the other part of your cluster, that means that either you stop and wait until you can reach them, because they may have newer data than the part you can reach, or you say, oh, well, we know some maybe older value of the data, so we can serve it from the part of cluster we know. So there are a lot of trade-offs and a lot of places where you can decide if you want to lean more towards the consistency or more towards the availability part of the problem. For example, when we are doing replication, then we can do either synchronous or asynchronous replication. If we are making replicas synchronous, that means that we will need to wait until all the replicas have confirmed that they have the data which we are writing. So that means if the replica fails, we need to wait until we know that either it failed for good or until it recovers. And at that moment, we cannot continue writing. So that means we are more towards the consistency part. Or we can make asynchronous replicas, and we are more available. If you are interested more into this topic of distributed systems and these trade-offs, there is this Jepsen.io. It's a company by Cal Kingsbury, the person who is very knowledgeable and has very accessible talks and blog posts about this topic. So we made a replica, and now we can add an assumption or two to our piggy bank. So in order to be able to build the distributed transactions, we will make the assumption that the node, the server, doesn't lose the data it committed. Once you received a confirmation of a commit, or database commit, it will be never lost. And if some node will fail, it will recover eventually. Maybe from a replica, but it will recover. So we will we'll rely on these assumptions. Okay. So this is our function to transfer money from one account to another. The accounts may be on different servers. So we will need to find a worker for the destination account. We add the money that we transfer. We need to find the worker for the source account. We need to subtract the money that we transfer. It's fine, right? What could go wrong? Nothing. No. Unless the server fails. So yeah, we added money to one account, and the other account didn't get debited because we get an exception in our Python code, but the data is already written, so we do not do anything and just lose money. This could happen also when we would want to transfer a larger amount of money than the balance is, because here in the bottom part, the database constraint that we say that the balance must be always positive, it would fail. So here we would lose money. So how can we do it better? In plain Postgres, if you would have just one server, you would insert begin and commit to wrap those two commands in a transaction, and it either happens all the way or doesn't happen at all. And this is something what we want to do across the servers. Luckily for us, Postgres has a feature that supports exactly this use case. We want to prepare the transaction across all the servers. We want to know that it will succeed. The servers should guarantee us that they have the data, they will not lose them, and that the transaction doesn't violate anything, it will safely commit. So once we have this confirmation from all the workers that are part of the transaction, we commit them all, again, sequentially. So the function that we have would work like this. For each of the servers, we will create a transaction. We will execute our SQL code, which is relevant to that particular server. And we will append this transaction to a list of transactions to commit in the second step. So it's fine, right? Works. If we didn't get any exception, we go and go over the list and commit everything. If something went wrong, we roll back those transactions that we have. Fine, right? What could go wrong? Yeah, something can go wrong. So what if we fail? Yeah, remember, we have a list of transactions in the memory, and the code, the computer where we run this Python code can fail at any time. Again, there may be a bug in our code. The computer may catch fire. These are 4 discrete steps. So we have three places where we can fail. And because the database guarantees us that the transaction will safely commit, that means that it still holds the locks. So for example, if we change the balance, we cannot, and we called this prepare commit on one server, then we cannot modify the account from any other transaction at all. So if we fail after the first prepare, that means that this account on that server will be locked forever, and we will not be able to touch it until an admin comes and unlocks it for us. So what do we do? How do we fix this problem? Well, we who manage the other servers have to be a database as well. We have to remember what we did, and in each of these steps, we have to be able to recover and continue. So yeah, we will extend the assumption that the nodes don't lose committed data and that don't fail forever, including the coordinator node, including us. Even though we are not storing any data for the piggy bank, we need to store some data regarding the distributed transactions. Yeah, this first part is something that I have been talking about already, that there is a problem that the transaction may take longer time than you are used to. So from the moment you have made some change on one of the servers until the moment that all the servers have made their work and you are committing the prepared transaction, all your locks that you hold in the transactions are still locked. So you cannot, you have to wait for them. And if the coordinator does not serialize the access or does not do something clever with regards to the transactions, the changes on those different servers may be visible not atomically, because as you see, when we have these steps that we commit the prepared transactions, there is no way to do them at one moment. We can guarantee that they will either be applied all or none of them, but we cannot guarantee that if someone goes directly to that worker server and asks it for the state, that it will be synchronized with the other workers. And again, this is where we touch the CAP theorem. We can let the clients do this without the synchronization, and they might get not consistent view of the database, or we can handle it somehow in the coordinator and make everyone go through the coordinator and somehow serialize the access. So this is all for the talk. Thank you for listening to me. There is a link to the example code that I was showing. You can play with it. I can do a short demo now, and if you are interested more in that, go find me here in the hallway after the talk, or maybe here in this room, because I think there will be no talk after that, and I can go through it with you in more detail. So I will just show a small demo. How does it work? Or actually, are there any questions at this moment? I may answer the questions now. Okay.
You're handling sharding on the application layer, but you're handling replication on the database / infrastructure layer. Why not also delegate sharding to the database itself?
Yeah. So the question is that we are handling sharding at the application level and replication at the database level. So why not delegate sharding to the database level? Actually, this is what we do with Citus. There is this tool called Citus, the extension to Postgres, and you interact with it with plain SQL. So it makes some tables that look like they are there, but they are just empty, and it passes the SQL queries and passes them on to the other servers. That's what we are doing. But somebody had to write it. The database is an application as well. So here I'm just making a toy example with Python, how we would do it. But what we are actually using in production looks like a database. But there is an application code doing exactly that.
Because you might be, in the example you showed, you might be transferring money from that is in shard A to shard B.
Yeah.
But one shard might not know that the other exists.
Yeah, so the question is, I'm not sure if I understand the question, so I'll try to repeat it. So the question is, how do one shard know about the other? And
how does that relate to the prepared transaction statement? How do you make a transaction happen at all?
How do I make a transaction happen at all if the shards don't know about each other?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where the coordinator comes into play. The coordinator knows about the shards, and the coordinator is the one who says, okay, this shard, please subtract the money. Okay, this shard, please add the money. Okay, so everything is fine. This shard committed. This shard committed. Okay, so there was a question.
I'm afraid I didn't get the answer for the concerns you raised as the last one. How do you ensure that the database is consistent when you run transactions? So the coordinator creates something like a huge log or serializer who serializes all the requests and run it one by one?
So the question is how to make a consistent view of the database across all the transactions. I'm not sure how this actually works in Citus. It definitely takes some logs by itself. So it excludes some transactions from the others. I am not sure at which level exactly, because on the most strict level, you would have to serialize all the transactions one after another, but you can be more clever to wait only for the transactions that conflict with each other, or you can just let it be and accept that at some point some of the data might be inconsistent. I'm not sure how exactly this works in Citus, but you, as an engineer who would be developing this kind of system, you have the possibility to make different trade-offs and decide for yourself, depending on if the application can tolerate it or not.
Basically, the most tricky part, which if you let it to do the developers, I'm pretty sure there will be tons of bugs. So I'm not sure if this is a clever decision to let it for developers.
If you let it to the developers, there may be a ton of bugs, yes. But if you're architecting a system, you need to know what kind of inconsistency can it tolerate, because consistency at all costs is slow, very slow. For example, in our case with the online articles, we do not care that much about consistency between the different articles themselves. We do care about the consistency between an article and its related metadata. So we care about strict consistency in some pockets of the database. So for us, if we are consistent within one shard, it's actually usually okay. For most of the operations, it's okay. In our case, as the media monitoring company, we do not usually need the strict consistency across the shards. For some cases, yes, but they are rare. We prefer to be able to. Yeah, I would be happy to discuss it with you. We evaluated several things. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I think that you need to keep transaction log even for your coordinates. Needs to build its own transaction log.
Yeah. This is exactly how it works. The coordinator basically here the coordinator remembers what it did, stores it in a database table, and if it fails and boots up, first thing it does, it looks at the transaction log and goes clean up the transactions that should not be there and commits the transaction that should be committed. Yeah. So.
And you have only one access point through one coordinator to all the data.
The question is whether you have one access point through one coordinator through all the databases. You have to go through some coordinator. Again, depending on your trade-offs, how much consistency do you need? The coordinator may be itself distributed. If you do not need that much consistency and you want higher throughput, you can have a distributed coordinator. But if you want more consistency, you go through one coordinator. This is not about Citus. This is about the problem space in general. Like if you want more throughput, you can get it with more coordinators. You need to have some place which knows about the shards and is able to coordinate them. But it doesn't have to be a single one if you do not need to synchronize serializable point of view to the database.
From Paul's speech, thank you for speech, but actually everything what you say is that Citus is cool and production ready, but more thinking about your theory and suggestions, I see that there are a lot of bugs and problems because every production and system operation would be working, but with more complex things and cases, it would be fail because when we're talking about architecture, we're thinking about keep as simple as possible at first and making your developers thinking about how it should work under hood create huge problems. Yeah, so what did you sit or try to do by our own this sharding approach?
So the question is
maintainability.
So the question is about maintainability. You talked about
maintainability goal evolving of using this approach at all. There is a lot of questions.
Yeah. So you say that this approach is not maintainable. Yeah, I agree with you that this approach is not maintainable, and this is not Citus. What I was showing, the Python code, this is my demo here for you. It's about 100-line Python script that implements distributed transactions with two-phase commit, and it's on GitHub, and you can play with it. This is not Citus. Citus is something that you install into your Postgres, and for most part, it behaves the same as the tables were behaving before. It has some limitations. It cannot process some of SQL queries. It cannot enforce some of the foreign key constraints, for example. It cannot, for example, enforce a unique constraint across shards. But for the application developers, it looks like any other SQL table. So the question is whether we should not use a lock for locking the user balance.
Because this is eventually a consistency issue, I guess.
Not really, because when we use this kind of SQL query, where we use balance equals balance plus something, this is atomic, and as soon as you do it, the row is locked. This is how Postgres behaves.
Yeah, but you have two operations here.
Uh-huh.
You lost possibility to this problem.
Yeah, this is why we are doing this two phases. That first we try to do the operation at all of the servers. Yeah, we do not commit. We just prepare.
Consistently
yeah.
From another application, user asks operation at that point of time.
Yeah. After. Yeah, so if we do just prepare transaction, the other users, if you run Postgres in read committed serialization level, then if you do just prepare transaction, the change is not visible yet.
Yes.
It's visible only after you commit prepared. But the commit prepared, because you do it across multiple servers, itself you cannot do it atomically. You cannot do it. There is no way. So if you need to maintain a consistent balance, a consistent view of the balances across all the system, you have to serialize it in the coordinator.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I guess you're using event sourcing approach.
Not really.
Something easier, simply.
Yeah.
For coordinator.
Yeah, for coordinator. Well, here in this case, in case of this small demo, the question was whether we use event sourcing approach or something different. You can look at the code. There is no event sourcing. We just log the trans. Well, if you look at the code, there are 4 Python functions. They are just called directly, and as you go across these steps, you just log the state, so you are able to reconstruct it. So yeah, you can tell it's event sourcing in some way. If you are interested more in that, I'll be here for some time because I do not want to compete in the lunch queue. So I'll be able to show you the demo itself.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so one last very quick question.
Okay, never to talk about using, for example, Mongo that is by design horizontal scalable instead of Postgres that is by design vertical scalable instead of using just the extension. Because we are still talking about the coordinator.
Yeah.
Mongo does have that exactly as Mongo router.
Yeah. So the question was whether we thought about using Mongo and as something that is horizontally scalable by design, as opposed to Postgres, where the horizontal scalability is bolted on. Actually, yes, we thought about using Elasticsearch as the primary source for the data, but there are two problems with that. One is that we already have quite a big application which is written using Postgres in mind, several years old and so on. But the bigger problem is that these databases like Elasticsearch, they are not well optimized for relational data. Originally, I thought, let's move everything to Elastic. Because, yeah, article and it has some tree structure. It's a document, after all. Not really. You have authors, you have new sources, you have a lot of metadata, which are highly relational. It surprised me, actually, how much relational it is. We have like 500 tables. And it's much easier to work with a SQL database. So instead, we evaluated Citus as the extension of Postgres, and two Postgres-compatible solutions, which are horizontally scalable from day one. It was Cockroach and Yugabyte. All of the three are cool.
All right, we're out of time. So if anyone has any more questions, I think you can find it outside, right? So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess.
So thank you everyone for coming. I hope you had a good lunch. Before we start, I will remind you that we have a matrix room where you can ask questions if you don't want to ask them out loud. But of course you can ask the questions to speakers as well. They will repeat your questions and they will answer. Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So let's get to it. So we have Tomáš Mraz and Anton Aragov, and this is the OpenSSL journey.
Yeah, welcome everyone. So this is an OpenSSL journey. It was, isn't it? So we are with Tomáš representing the OpenSSL Foundation and OpenSSL Services company, which I will talk in a few. We will start with the governance, a bit of community, and we'll finish with the technical updates. So let's go. About the OpenSSL. OpenSSL is a cryptographic toolkit, which I think all of you knowingly or unknowingly using, so directly or indirectly. So we will be happy to answer any questions you may have. We will be specifically happy to find the people around who are using, as a developer, OpenSSL toolkit. So this is basically what it will be about. And let's go. Yeah, what is the OpenSSL? So it is a robust, commercial-grade, full-featured toolkit, which is available to everyone. It is an open source. There is a lot of companies around the world using it for doing big business, small business, and etc. We are also, it's a 25 years old library, so there is quite an experience behind, and a lot of companies relies on us in their work with governments. We also provide a shortcut to get governmental certification for the crypto algorithms or any cryptographic needs a company may have. Yeah, so this is what I already mentioned. This is what we represent. OpenSSL Software Foundation is an entity which is non-profit entity, which represents project in the legal capacities and basically take care about the trademarks, copyrights, managing donations which were coming to our project. And OpenSSL Software Services is everything commercial. It's a for-profit organization. This is basically the organization which pays us with so much to do the work for organization. It's also the entity which is used to sign contracts with the customers and paid support. And it is also a vendor of record for the NIST for the compliance FIPS certification. Speaking of governance, so we are basically a small organization, and I wonder what people think, how big we are. But we are just 8 people, it's 6 engineers, right? Yeah, 6 engineers plus me. I'm doing the management work. And we have a lady who taking care of the business operations. So speaking of the governance, so some of these people who are paid resources by the OpenSSL represents the OpenSSL Management Committee, which is a small group of people who has a decision on a management strategic decisions, everything which about business, financial, governmental decisions, and basically maintain the project resources. The OTC, which is much more interesting, this technical committee represented by also paid resources of the OpenSSL, but also we're working hard to get on board more people representing communities, representing customers, representing the world, let's say. And we have quite, straightforward process to get to the OTC. And we're looking for people who are working with the OpenSSL so that they can potentially join the technical committee. It is very important for us to extend our community outreach and have a good representation of the OpenSSL developers and users outside of our small group of engineers who are working in OpenSSL on a project. OpenSSL Technical Committee is the technical voice of the project. maintains the engineering processes, doing the technical decisions, decides on the roadmap, and etc. Working group is a new entity which was created recently, where we tried to put together OMC and OTC resources together, but it is limited to the people who are working for OpenSSL directly. I think mostly we have invited an OTC member who never joined, but we may think to may think of extending it. But yeah, working group is assembles together every week, where we have all the problems, where we basically tackle the problems, tackle the difficult problems, where we have a discussion what is the best way to do the community outreach, where we should go, who we should talk, how we should do some presentation, etc. And this is where we come into another interesting point. Earlier this year, we decided to come up with a mission statement and values for the project. I won't be reading it. Have your time to read it. So the idea was to actually understand who are we, what are we doing, so that we have a good guidance on our decisions. It turned out as a very important milestone for us to actually know how we want to develop in the future, what we want to accept to the project, who we want to accept to the project, how we want to work with the communities, how we need to rework how we want to rework the policies we have, how to make them more open. And every decision, every discussion we have nowadays, we're trying to see through this prism of these values. We shared this statement and values with a wider community. We've got a very good feedback. And this week, we adopted it. So we actually, from now on, we live in with this statement and values. And I hope it will serve well. So this is what I partly mentioned. So yeah, so we trying as a project do much better than we did in the past by reaching out to the communities, showing our roadmap, talking about the priorities about the project. We want to hear back from pretty much everyone. We are working hard right now to make our roadmap public, which will happen this year. You're very welcome to follow the OpenSSL on LinkedIn, or OpenSSL in our blog on openssl.org. So we're gonna have more and more updates in there as soon as we reach certain milestones about our openness. Part of the things we are changing is the way we do in the release. The interesting thing is the picture is not exactly final. It's under the discussion. What is important from this picture, we're gonna do releases frequently. We switch to the time-based release schedule. We would like to release every April and October, which is good. It will be much longer release than 25 years here. So an idea is that the time will prevail over the feature sets. We obviously gonna have a discussions what we would like to have in upcoming releases. But not everything may make it to the release, but we will see how it will go. We are going to start working on the release definition phase. This is where we will be defining what we would like to have an upcoming release. We're going to have a discussions, I think, somewhere in the middle of the phase, maybe towards the end of the phase. We will certainly share our plans on a website, and every social and media resource we can touch. So yeah, we're really, really looking forward for anyone who is working in any capacity in OpenSSL to actually give us a feedback. And this is you.
So now this is the more technical part of the talk. let's start with what was in OpenSSL 3.1. That release was done in, or released in middle of March. And it was very small release because we were already working for a long time on the quick support, but then we decided we need one more release in between to basically support the FIPS 140-3. And so that was added there. And it was also decided that we should have something more. And we decided that performance problems with 3.0 release could be improved, but some of the changes were quite invasive, so we decided to not have it as a kind of bug fix for the 3.0, but do it in the form of the 3.1 release. Those basically all the pluggability and flexibility that was added to 3.0 release, like the added support of the library context, which you can use to like select or almost completely isolate different users of OpenSSL within a single process. That comes at some cost, especially with multi-threading. You have to have some quite big or quite pervasive locking there and so on. So all this, and it was also designed from start with some maybe not that good decisions on this flexibility. So there was one big change which was done by Hugo, who is over there in the audience, which basically made the library context much less fighting over locks and so on. So that was one of the big invasive change in 3.1. On the performance improvement side, there is still a lot to improve, but we are getting better, and hopefully in future versions it will be even better. In some cases, it's already in the master branch. There are some changes that make some jobs done with OpenSSL even faster than 1.1.1, but yeah, these are mostly exceptions, but yeah. I don't know. Oh yeah. So 3.1 is released. The FIPS 140-3 is in validation. Of course, because it's FIPS 140-3, it's a new standard, many new things in there. It's very likely that before we get 3.1 validated, officially validated by NIST, it will take like 1 year since the submission. So it's more like sometime next year when we will get the 3.1 validated. Now about the 3.2 release. As some of you probably know, the main focus on 3.2 was adding quick support. And that's quite a huge thing, of course. But now we are in late stages of development of it. Basically, the implementation is almost feature complete in terms of like quick client. Server is was not targeted for 3.2. Like what we think is the biggest advantage or good thing for our users is that the API that you can use for Quick will be very naturally extending the existing API. As I already said something about that, there are further performance optimizations in 3.2, and there are a lot of other small features. Some of them not that small even. There are things like what is there? Certificate compression, Argon 2 support. Basically, now implementations in OpenSSL can like internal code of OpenSSL can use multiple threads. It can spawn threads, and application can limit the number of threads OpenSSL will spawn by itself. That was, for example, required not only for Argon 2 but also for Quick implementation for some of the features of the Quick implementation. It's not mandatory, but especially like some of the users of Quick in OpenSSL can take advantage of it. About the Quick API, basically this Quick API is nothing completely new. It's building up on the SSL API that's already there. You can use basically it should be very simple to write blocking Quick client and access Quick streams from multiple threads simultaneously. These are the access to the internals is properly logged and so on. So you will be able to, for example, read from one stream from one thread and write to another stream from another thread, and that should all work nicely. You will use the familiar calls like SSL new, SSL connect to connect the Quick connection, write to streams, read from streams by SSL read, shut down to close the connection, and so on. But of course, there is new API. There are some new APIs which are needed for having multiple stream support in Quick. So you create a new stream that's initiated by the local side by using SSL new stream, and you accept streams from the peer by SSL accept stream. And the SSL stream conclude is to indicate the end of stream. And that's basically it.
Like before we open for questions, it's also important thing that we are as a company, we would like to grow. We have a lot of ahead of us. If you are working with OpenSSL, you have questions, you're welcome. If you would like to explore an options, what we can offer in a company, we'll be happy to talk to everyone. And any questions? And also, most important, like we have, or I have, this is full of T-shirts to motivate you to ask questions. I think that we should be able to provide a T-shirt to everyone who asks a question. If we don't have enough time here for a Q&A, find us outside, and we are available for any question. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I have a very stupid question.
Sorry about that. I did not explain that. So Quick is a new protocol which basically replaces TCP plus TLS. With it's in some cases it's faster, but especially it provides those multiple streams which don't block each other. So it's like you can avoid some so-called head of line blocking. So basically, if the application typical usage is web, where you have like multiple streams of data which is flowing to you from the server, like pictures, scripts, whatever, and you basically get all those independent streams of data like independently. Like you can transfer them independently, and if some packets are lost, which contain some of those streams and not all of them, then you basically can like continue downloading the others, and then only after the packet is retransmitted and you get some of the blocked data, but yeah, it's not like everything is blocked.
And I guess if you looked into the HTTP3, you could see Quick as well, I guess. If you touched ever HTTP3, so it's 3. Yeah. You could possibly touch Quick as well.
Basically, Quick is the it's the connection or the connection layer behind the HTTP3. Okay.
It sounds like that because when you were talking about the parallel thing
Yeah.
coming from the server, that sounds like that's like new HTTP, right?
Yeah. But Quick is like general. It's not directly blocked by or directly linked to HTTP3. Yeah.
So my question is, that OpenSSL is, all of us know that's very important, but how it's tested, how you test and how it's integrated into your release cycle. So I didn't see it in the slides. Is there a testing?
There is a CI basically, which is So how is testing done in OpenSSL and OpenSSL releases? We have CI, which is mostly on GitHub. That's the GitHub CI. And we have also some internal CI, which is BuildBot CI, based on BuildBot, which is basically nothing special. But yeah, we are building on a lot of operating systems within the BuildBot, and a lot of other, because there are so many options how you can build and configure OpenSSL. It's like there are hundreds of jobs that are running on GitHub. He was. You. Yeah.
My question is about fifth mode. I'm curious to know. I saw some OpenSSL 3.0 has fifth mode, and also 3.1 has fifth mode. What is the difference? And I also want to know about the fifth mode journey from OpenSSL 1.0, 1.1, because I didn't see a fifth mode in 1.1.
So basically he's asking about FIPS mode in OpenSSL. What's the difference between 3.0, 3.1, 1.0, FIPS module, and so on. The FIPS mode, how to start? The difference between 3.0 and 3.1 FIPS module, I would not call it FIPS mode, because FIPS mode is something that's more like Fedora, Red Hat centric thing. And the 1.0 module had actually the FIPS mode where you switch the library into the FIPS mode, and that was basically meaning that you are calling the implementation from the FIPS module. But in 3.0 we added the so-called providers, which is basically those algorithmic implementations which are isolated from the rest of the library. And one of them is the FIPS validated implementation. yeah, which is in loadable module. It's shared library, shared module, which you can load. And if you call implementation, if you set up the library to call algorithms only from this module, then you are basically in FIPS validated kind of mode, if you could say that like that. So, and the difference between 3.0 and 3.1 is the targeted FIPS version. FIPS 140-2 is like the 3.0 version is targeting FIPS 140-2 version of the standard, and 3.1 targets the FIPS 140-3 version. That's a very long. We can talk about it later.
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What is the legal status of these old branches like 1.0.2? I found out that there are some new releases behind the paywall, so it is open source or isn't?
Yeah, it's a good question. What's the legal status of those old extended support releases? Yeah, we are doing so-called extended support releases, which contain new like fixes for security issues or other critical issues that our customers, premium customers, report to us. But those are still open source. They are. It's very similar to what, for example, Red Hat does. Yeah, because it does. He has paid support for open source software. But the difference is, of course, that we don't release this code of these new patches to public. We give it only to customers, and we ask them to not share it, yeah, with others, like publicly. They can. They are not bound by license to not share it, but they are not bound by the contract. But we are asking them to not do it, and we can, of course, terminate the contract if they do it. So they won't get the future ones if they share the patches. If I was.
I don't have a question, but a comment that we are very happy about the new security process for OpenSSL. It's improved since Heartbleed or whatever.
Yeah, new security process of OpenSSL. I think it's actually not that new. It's like we are. Joseifa was thanking for new security process.
Less of a question, more of a thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Choose one.
Okay, we have one question from Matrix.
Okay.
What kind of security development practices do you do for each release? Do you do SAST fuzzing? What practice gives you better results, and what are the challenges?
If I could repeat the question, what are we doing as security practices for each release? For development practices. Yeah, what is the security? We use static analyzers. We use Coverity. We use fuzzing. We are tested regularly under the OSS fuzz CI. What do we do more? Yeah, we have some coding guide how you properly do coding for OpenSSL source code, and yeah, we have CIs. Yeah, we use those ASAN, TSAN, memory sanitizer in the CI jobs. So yeah, it's I cannot tell which of those practices is most like important for us, but yeah.
And tools, and also a lot of new teams and companies trying to reach out and say, let's do more coverage, let's do this fuzzing with other tool, and it's kind of a problem for us to look into everything and understand if it's useful, if it's not useful. But in general, the perception is that we doing just all right at this point.
There is a lot of fear
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, Josepha said that we are doing we have pretty strict code review process when we are accepting patches. That's also very important. How much time do we have? Joe?
Hi. Where is server-side quick support on the roadmap? When we expect that to land?
That's mostly about the future plans. Question was when the server-side quick support will land in OpenSSL. So it's not finalized. Yeah, we probably would like to have it in 3.3. Not sure if it's realistic or not, but hopefully at the latest 3.4.
It's definitely so the intention for the future to do the most, actually everything we can do in public, make it public. So the problem for this moment is that the tools we are using, we're migrating from one tool to another tool to actually manage the roadmap. It's a question how much we would like to share being an OTC community. I feel like there is nothing to keep in secret with a few exceptions of the embargoed security fixes we do. But to answer your question, we are not doing right now almost nothing to be really open. And we're doing a lot right now to change it. And if you're failing, reach out to me and tell me that you're failing.
I can add something more. The OTC meeting minutes is public. It's in repo on GitHub. Maybe nobody knows where to get it, but it's there. Yeah. So it's like, and of course the meeting minutes, it's just the most important things from the meeting. Yeah, it's not like everything that everybody said. Yeah. There.
I have time for another question.
Okay.
Is it possible to integrate the new quick APIs into event loops like EPOL?
Yes, basically if it's possible to integrate the quick API into event loops like EPOL. Yeah. Basically, the API, like Hugo would be maybe better to answer it, but then you can talk with him. But yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
That's a very open question. I mean, that's a very open question. I would we can have a discussion outside, but it's like something we can, Last question, okay?
No, repeat the question.
Yeah, the question was about like a more generic question, how the testing in a such a complex project like an OpenSSL or the project which integrates OpenSSL do the testing so that nothing escapes. I don't know. We can talk about theory a lot. Another question.
The project does have a testing policy.
We do have, yeah. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Like the problem is that it's impossible for us to do application testing, basically. Yeah, because there are so many applications. So we depend on that's basically every open source software has this problem, which is like used widely, and so we depend on users to actually try it, test it before the release, before the final release, and report bugs. Yeah, if they don't do that, I don't think we have a chance to and OpenSSL has extremely huge API. Like the legacy APIs the surface is so big that it's impossible to really envision what can be the problems in new releases. Yeah, it was mostly like the 3.0 release was like most problematic in this regard. The 3.2 Yeah, if we have some bug in Quake, we will fix it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's new thing, but the 3.0, which was mostly refactoring, that was a problem.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for coming. Everyone who so everyone who had a question or actually asked a question, welcome. Like, find me. You will get your T-shirt, and you as well. Who thanks us. If you have more questions, come.
because you still have the, you know, the top bar there. But, I don't mind.
Yeah, it's
okay.
it's fine.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We have another session here. So this time we have Arati Kumar from Red Hat, software engineer Red Hat, and the topic will be web accessibility. Why, how, for yours.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to DevConf.CZ 2023. Thank you for joining, and we are really excited to have you all here today. I am Arati Kumar, and I'm a software engineer at Red Hat. Before starting the presentation, let me ask you, are there any developers here? Great. And are there any front-end developers or UI, UX designers as in? Awesome. And are there any students or freshers? Okay. Yeah, as developers, we have the power to create digital experiences that are inclusive to all users, regardless of their ability or disability. In this presentation, we'll dive into the world of web accessibility and understand what it means to create and build applications that are accessible to everyone. Trust me, the session is going to be really simple. I request you all to be mindful, sit back, relax, and let's learn together how to make the internet a more inclusive place for all users. Before moving on to web accessibility, let's understand what is accessibility. Accessibility simply refers to creating products that are usable by everyone. This means any product from this water bottle to this laptop, everything should be accessible to all users. Now, web accessibility. Web accessibility is an inclusive practice of ensuring that there are no barriers that prevent interaction with or access to the websites on the World Wide Web by people who are physically differently able. This means people who are having visual impairment or cognitive impairment or hearing impairment, etc. This is a permanent impairment. And the people who are temporarily differently able or situationally differently able. This can be people who are unable to use the application because they have a broken arm or their eyes are covered due to an eye surgery. Or example, simply the mouse or touchpad doesn't work. So then we have to navigate through the application using keyboard. So this is also an example of situational accessibility. And the third category is people who are socioeconomically restricted on speed and bandwidth. These are users who live in a remote area or who are in a low bandwidth. Make sure our application is very light, that it will load even in remote and low bandwidth areas. Now let's understand the why. Why should we create accessible application? We know that creating accessible application involves time, effort, and money. Then why should we create it? According to World Health Organization, around 1.3 billion users or people are differently able. That means 1 in 6 of us. And these users are unable to use the application only because we created the applications in such a way that we haven't kept their requirements in our mind. So isn't that unfair that we ignore the requirement of these many users? Now, there is a business impact as well. For any product that is in the market or that is launching to the market, there is a set of potential users. For example, I have a product in the market, and that is an online food delivery application. So let's say take a sample of 100 potential users. In that, 60% are my current active users, and 40% are unable to use the application or they are not using the application. In that 40%, 30% people, just a second. In that 30%, in that 40%, 10% people chose not to use the application, and 30% people are unable to use the application only because my application is not accessible. So if we are making the application accessible, we can make at least 20% of these people to use our application. So when this 20% people can use our application, it will benefit them as they can do or perform their task, as well as 20% people more using my application benefit the business or my business. So then the first 60% and the 20% make 80% of my potential users, which will positively impact my business. So creating accessible application is a win-win for both the business and the customers. So always keep in mind that when we create or when we implement an accessibility feature, it not only support the people who are differently able, it benefits all the users. So that is why we should create accessible application. Now we'll understand how to create accessible application. In this module, we'll have a look into the different guidelines that we should follow to create accessible application. There are different methods that we use to enhance the accessibility of an application, and an easy method to create accessible application even if you are not a pro JavaScript or UI developer. Now, the first one, the guidelines. There are a set of guidelines or rules created by the accessibility expert of World Wide Web Consortium to create accessible applications in a methodical way. And these are called Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And there are 13 guidelines under WCAG 2.1. And these 13 guidelines are organized under 4 principles. And these principles are organized by the, called by the acronym POUR, where P is for perceivable, O for operable, U for understandable, and R for robust. And for all of these guidelines under this principle, they have success criteria. They have 3 levels of success criteria, where level A is the minimum and the level AAA is the maximum. We'll have a look at the success criteria later. Now we'll have a look at the principles in detail. So the first principle, P for perceivable. Perceivability principle state that the content should be presented in a way that it can be perceived by all users. This means that even if the user is visually impaired, he or she should be able to perceive the application using keyboard and assistive technologies such as screen readers. This is the first principle, and now we'll go to a few guidelines under the first principle. So the first one is text alternative. So when we add images, videos, or audios in the website, the people who can't see or hear won't be able to understand what is the content in it. For these, we need to add the text description of these non-text content. So these text description are called the text alternative. So for example, if I need to add this image in the website, I should add the alternative text describing what this image is. So here in the example, you can see that the alternate text is a red apple sitting on a wooden table, so the user can understand while screen reader reads the alternative text. So for any non-text content, we should add the text alternative. Now, the second guideline under perceivability is color contrast ratio. So there should be enough color contrast ratio between the text and the background color, and it should be at least 4.5:1. So take the first example. Here, the text color is black and the background color is white, which is, we can see the text really clearly. And the contrast ratio is 21.0:1, which is really good. Now take another example where the text color is a light blue and the background color is white. We cannot clearly see the text. In this case, the contrast ratio is 1.8:1, which is not good. So always make sure when you add any text, the contrast ratio should be sufficient. And the application should clearly work even in grayscale. I'll show a demo of grayscale at the end. Now the operability. Operable is the second principle of WCAG. Operable means that the user should be able to interact and navigate through the website using different input devices or their input devices of their choice. And the first guideline under operable is keyboard compatibility. The whole application should be navigable using keyboard, and make sure there are no keyboard traps which prevent the user from navigating further from a specific point. The second guideline is input mechanism. For example, if the user is having some motor difficulty or cognitive difficulty, they might use a mobile phone or a tab to navigate through the website. So make sure your website is navigable using touchscreen. So make sure your application is navigable using multiple input devices. So that's all about operability. Now we'll move to the third principle, that is understandable. Understandable state that the content should be organized and presented in such a way that the user is able to understand the purpose and functionality of the page. Now we'll move on to the guidelines under understandable. So the first one is input assistant. The user should be able to help to avoid the mistakes. For example, when the user is filling a form, there should be proper guidelines provided in the form, and there should be proper error message is shown that the user is not submitting a form with error. So that is input assistant. The second thing is focus. So make sure that you add a clear and distinguishable visual indication to understand where the current focus is. It can be either a border color or a background color, but it should be clearly visible even in grayscale so that the user can understand where the focus is. So this is understandable. And now we will move on to the last principle of WCAG, that is robust. Robust means that the website should be built using technologies that are widely supported and are accurately or properly interpreted using assistive technologies. So the first thing is, first guideline, so the only guideline under robust is compatible. That means that the content or the website should support current and future tool. When we create a website, it should support current version of all the browser, a few previous version of all the browsers, and a few future version of all the browser. Make sure your website is responsive and it support all the resolution. So that is robust. So this is perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. These are the 4 principles of WCAG. Now we'll move on to the conformance level or success criteria, which I described before. So the first one is level A. Level A is the basic accessibility criteria. This means adding the proper or correct semantic architecture or using a button for button and not creating a button out of a div. So that is a level A. And level A is level AA or mid-range is an advanced accessibility feature. This includes adding text alternative for non-text content or maintaining a proper color contrast ratio and etc. So level AA is the recommended one, or your website should be at least level AA compliant to say that your website is accessible. Now we'll move on to level AA, that is the highest. It is really good to have your website to be level AAA compliant, but it is really a little difficult to implement all the criteria. For example, in level AA, we have the sign language interpretations. So for any pre-recorded video content, so we have to add the sign language interpretation so that the user can understand what is in the content. So that is the conformance level. This is a wrap of WCAG. Now we'll move on to assistive technologies. So people who are differently abled use assistive technologies to navigate through the application or use the application. So assistive technology can be any device, software, or equipment that help the people who are differently able to perform tasks. The different assistive technologies includes screen readers, voice recognition, word prediction, screen magnifier, bookmarks and history, and so on. I'll show you how a screen reader works at the end of the presentation. Now, let's move on to accessibility-rich internet application. Accessibility-rich internet application are a set of attributes that are used to enhance the accessibility of an application. There are 3 attributes under area. They are roles, states, and properties. First one, roles. Roles are used to define the purpose and meaning of elements which are not natively HTML elements or are HTML elements but are not properly supported by the browsers. For example, if we need to create a tab list for our website, that is not a native element. But still we have to create it. So we create it using button. And then how the assistive technology or screen reader understand that this is a tab and not a button. For this we use role. For roles, we have added role as tab and tab list. So the screen reader will read the tab one as a tab and not a button. This is why we use the roles. Now we will use the states. States are used to describe the current state of an application. Here in the tab list, we have added area selected as true for one and area selected as false for a few. Sorry. So here, when the screen reader reads it, it can understand the first tab is selected or tab 1 is selected and the others are not selected. There are multiple attributes for state like area disabled, area hidden, and so on. Now we'll move on to properties. Properties are also used to enhance the accessibility of an application. For example, area label. Here in this case, there is a button, and there is no text for this button. There is only an image or icon is added for this button. So when the screen reader reads it, it will just read as button, and it won't read any name. So the user won't be able to understand what's the purpose of this button. So, so I have added the area label as search, so that the screen reader will read as search. Excuse me. Here the screen reader will read it as a search button. That's all about the area attribute, which are used to enhance the accessibility of an application. Now we'll move on to design system. So I mentioned before that we can create an accessible application from the scratch, even if we are not a specialized developer. So there are design system. Design system is a collection of components which we can use to create accessible application. So there are multiple design systems available in the market, like Google Material Design or IBM Design Language, and so on. So here, in Red Hat, we use a Patternfly design system. So if we are creating a website with accessible component, the whole website in turn will become accessible. So Patternfly is an open source design system managed by Red Hat. Now we can see a small demo of Patternfly design system. So this is the Patternfly design system, and it is managed by Red Hat. So we have different components, then charts, layouts, and everything inside it. As I mentioned, this is an open source design system. And now we can go to the accessibility feature of this one. So here, everything about accessibility is clearly mentioned, and you can have a look at the features under this. Now we'll move on to the components inside this. There are a lot of components. This is an accordion. Like almost all the components which we use are there in this design system. And for each component, there is a React version, HTML demos, design guidelines, and accessibility. Everything is detailedly described that you can understand how this component works. And that's about the components. And now we'll move on to the charts. These are all the components which are available. You can have a look. So this is patternfly.org. You can have a look at the design system. And there are different charts available. And all of these components are accessible. You can easily use it. And there are multiple layouts which are used to create the layout of an application, like gallery, grid, flex, and so on. Now, as I mentioned, Patternfly is an open source design system, so you can contribute. There is a GitHub link also provided. If you are interested, you can contribute to Patternfly. Now we'll understand what an accessible application should offer. We now know why should we create accessible application, how can we create it, and now we should understand what should it offer. So here I have taken the customer portal of Red Hat, which is access.redhat.com. And I'll show you how this is an accessible application and how this page responds to keyboard accessibility, keyboard navigation, what is the Lighthouse score of this page, and how the page responds in grayscale, and how a screen reader reads the page. Let's have a look. So this is how a keyboard navigation is happening with the website. You can see the keyboard navigation happen using tab key, arrow keys, enter key, and so on. So from the top, the keyboard navigation is going. And it will come down as we navigate through the tab key. And if we use enter key, it will select that particular button. And it will see, you can see the visual focus visual indicator as well. It is clearly visible. And this is how keyboard accessibility should work in an accessible application. We should be able to completely navigate using the keyboard. Now I'll show the Lighthouse report. If you do not know, Lighthouse is a dev tool which we can understand how, what is the accessibility score of any application. So this is accessibility score of access.data.com. And for a good accessible application, it should be at least 85. And we should have, we should try to make it at least 90 so that the page is really accessible. And this checks even in lower resolution, like this is like a complete score of the application. So 94 is accessibility score of access.data.com or the customer portal of Red Hat. And this is a pretty good, and the application is accessible. Now we'll understand how this application is behaving in grayscale. So the users who are color blind or they are having low vision may see the application in a black and white view. So the application should be clearly visible in grayscale, and even the visual focus indicator should be visible in grayscale and should be completely readable. So this is how it is looking in grayscale. Here I have used a Chrome extension to convert this page to grayscale, and it is really easy to do that. And you can check how your application is looking in grayscale. And next one is how screen reader reads the application. I have used
VoiceOver on Chrome. Red Hat Customer Portal access to 24x7 support and knowledge Google Chrome RFE window. Entering Red Hat Customer Portal access to 24x7 support and knowledge web content. Visited link. Skip to navigation. Back visited link. Skip to main content. Visited link. Subscription link. Downloads link. Containers link. Support cases. Visited link image. Red Hat Customer Portal. Products and services. Tools. Security. Community. Search. Collab English. On Red Hat. Link. Login. Search the customer portal. Menu. Link. Login. Link. Register. Link. Sign up for free. Documentation. Selected tab. Group 1 of 3. Documentation. Tab panel. You are currently on the tab panel. Link. Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9.
So this might not, yes. Yes, yeah, there are different type of screen readers available. I have used Mac VoiceOver, and you can adjust the speed and everything. So there is time restriction, so I cannot show in detail. Yeah, and for some of you, this might not make sense, like why we should use it. So if you are having doubt, just close your eyes and try to use any application, and then you'll understand the importance of screen readers or any assistive technology. So now we understand why to create accessible application, how to create using guidelines, accessibility enhancement, and then design system, and what should an accessible application offer. Now let's move on to the Q&A. Any questions? Yes? Yeah. Yeah, right. So the tool which I use is Lighthouse. If you are not available, that is a Chrome dev tool. In that, we can find the accessibility score of an application. And for some icons, or if we are using some button and all, there may be, it is showing some unwanted error. So like if we are using some component from external library, it will have everything to make it accessible, but still Chrome can show that it is, the score to be low. That's why this is showing as 94. And if your application is having some issue, it will list all the errors. So if we are having time, then I can show a demo at the end, like how it is. Yeah, I can show a demo at the end. Before that, any other questions? Yes?
Yes, I would like to mention that the extension used in Chrome,
Yeah.
there are some things called bookmarklets, which are basically scripts that you can run. You can put them in the bookmark toolbar, you can click on them, and you can have features as you have there like monochrome vision,
Yeah.
or tab focus, and alt text, and stuff like that.
Yes, actually, I have used Chrome Lighthouse. Like what he mentioned, there are multiple tools available. There are a lot of tools available. You. Okay, so he was mentioning like there are other extensions which are available in Chrome which we can use to see the monochrome vision of the application, right? There are other tools which can be used to understand the accessibility of an application. Yes, there are other tools available like Axe tools and everything. You can use it as per your convenience. Any other questions? Yes?
I worked a little bit in the accessibility area before, although mostly in terms of operating systems and local apps, not web apps.
Yeah.
I suggest maybe that you are emphasizing very much a high-tech approach, and a low-tech approach can be not only useful but easier.
Yeah.
For example, one of the things I do with developers in the past when we have confronted accessibility is I make sure they are using a desktop PC or a laptop
Yeah.
and unplug their mouse.
Yeah.
Unplug the mouse. Right. Now,
Yeah.
today, you don't get a mouse. You have to use your computer only with a keyboard.
Right.
With Windows, this is perfectly possible. It's very, very good. The Mac, it's possible, but you have to learn a whole new user interface. With Linux, it's very poor, although it is improving. But this costs nothing whatsoever, and it's very simple. And within half an hour to an hour, most developers are reeling, going, oh my God, I have no idea. Windows itself, navigating an operating system, is quite easy once you learn the keystrokes, but the web is terrible for this. Tab, 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 shift, tab, shift, tab, shift, tab, 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 tab. But the next step after that, if somebody learns to adapt the screen reader, NVDA, again, is free, very good on Windows, it's built into the Mac. Linux, it's difficult, depends on your desktop. Get used to the screen reader, unplug the monitor.
Yeah.
This is for advanced stuff, but you know, you can take a few days and you are sort of giving an able-bodied person a disability temporarily. The insight you gain from this experience will last for months to years. And you can teach this, you can make people think about it, not by adding new tools, getting scores, but by taking away tools that they are so used to using they don't think about. It's a very useful and simple technique which I really recommend to anybody, particularly just unplug your mouse and learn to use your computer with the keyboard alone. GNOME is quite poor at this, although I recently was speaking to a developer Red Hat have hired to improve this. Windows actually remains the state of the art for this, and most of the flying techies I know run Windows for this reason. And all Linux desktops and all Linux apps could really learn from learning the Windows keyboard-only navigation and seeing how much of it just doesn't work on Linux. It's a really important tip, and I think if you will miss out on a very important set of methods when you look at things you can add to improve it. Look at things you can take away, because that requires no bandwidth and no expenditure and no expense.
Right.
This is just from my experience.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And what he said is really right. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I haven't have anyone tried with accessibility. Yeah, yes. So she was asking like if I have any experience in mingling with people who are differently abled and how they interact. So I do not have any direct accessibility, but I have worked on a lot of accessibility issues which came after usability testing, and I have fixed a lot of issues with it. So I have that experience, but I never interacted with a customer directly. And like what he said is really correct. With the website moving the keyboard is a little difficult. But the thing which we should keep in mind is HTML by default is accessible. All the HTML components are accessible. We make it inaccessible by creating custom components and removing its genuinity. So we make it inaccessible. So make sure that whenever we use a component, use it directly. And any other questions? Okay, now can you show a demo of how Lighthouse is working? Yeah, okay. Okay, yes, right. Okay, so this is the customer portal of Red Hat, and I'll show you the accessibility score and how it is calculating. So we need to go to inspect, and then we can see the dev tools, and here we have Lighthouse. And in the Lighthouse, we have multiple things we can check, like performance, accessibility, best practices, and everything. Now here I am checking the accessibility only. And it will calculate the score, and it will show all the issues if there are any issues, and you can find it in a detailed way. Yes, this is the accessibility of customer portal of Red Hat. See, they are saying that these few tabs are missing the roles. That is why it is showing that that 6 point is reduced from this. Like now I'll show another example of Google Chrome or google.com. So this is google.com, and Google is supposed to have Google is accessible, and we can check the Lighthouse score. See here for google.com it is 89. This means that Google is accessible, we know that. So there are something, even the Lighthouse can show error, like it may reduce the score unwantedly. So go through the requirements or go through the report, and if you can correct anything, correct it. And always make sure to make it above 90. That is a really good thing to follow. And now if you are having any more question, please feel free to reach out to me through my LinkedIn, or you can probably Gmail me. Please feel free to reach out. And then in the presentation, there are a few images used, and these are from FreePic. If you want to use it, you can use it. It is a free, website where we can get good pictures. And these are the references. Most of the content is taken from w3.org and WebAIM. So you can go through these reference link as well. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arati, for such a great presentation. And thank you all for joining us on this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Is it
it's
okay?
working.
I will increase the...
So we will start, yeah, probably. We are already late.
Yes, is that problem? I will increase the text. It's a little bit bigger. Is it okay? Can I start now? Sorry?
We will find a solution.
Yeah. But this doesn't work. Yeah. It's probably broken. Can I start? Yeah, just tell me. Co? Mám to zapojené, ale já mám dojem, že tam je špatná cívka. Že už je tak starý, že nefunguje. To se s tím setkal minul. Backup solution. Okay, so little technical issues. Will I have some additional time over the? Okay. So hi everyone. I'm Vítě Plček. I work as software engineer in Moro Systems, which is my favorite software development company in Brno. I code my applications mainly in Spring. Who does use Spring here? Okay, half. And also in Kotlin, which is my preferred language. I would probably never go back to Java. Who does use Kotlin? Great. And do you test your applications, your web applications? Okay, some of you. And do you want to? So let's roll. Let's have a look on it. Sorry about that. Some technical issues. I will not use this one. So back to the past. How does a typical web application look? Nowadays, we usually have at least, I would like to use at least this. Front end in React, Angular or Vue, and backend services we write in Spring. They are in cloud, so they communicate with other services, some managed services, or third-party APIs. So how to test those? You have probably seen ideal software pyramid pattern, which says you should have a huge amount of unit tests and only a little portion of end-to-end tests. And you have probably seen also anti-pattern, which says having a huge amount of end-to-end tests is wrong. Okay, but what do you usually test in your web application? So what I usually test? I write unit tests mainly only for validators or some algorithms, because what to test in a complex Spring system. Sorry. I also write tests for database queries, because we use Postgres and we try to use it to the max, so we write very complex queries. And also there is communication with services. But main part of my application is provide REST API to front end. And it can be covered with acceptance criteria from analyst. For example, it is possible to add, edit, and delete customers' branches, and so on. So I write a lot of end-to-end tests for the REST API, because I have acceptance criteria which REST API should meet. But it meets the anti-pattern. Is it wrong? Is it a problem? Kent Beck don't think so. He told me in a book, if something has worked, do it all the time.
So I try to. He also came with the test-driven development methodology. Are you familiar with that? Okay. And do you use it on a daily basis in your work? Great. But it's possible, definitely. But what I have learned at school, hey student, create database design first and provide services, DAO logic for all functionality, and there is a lot of space for unnecessary features. And as a software house, you don't want to do that. Because after that, you came with REST API. And how do you test that? Continuously debugging with curl or Postman? And what about to test? Maybe later, and I will fix those when I'm done. But usually, you're not. And Catback said, now people, try it in different way. So how to develop API according to TDD? You have acceptance criteria. You can turn them to test. You can provide REST API for the tests. And after that, there is time for business logic. And after that, for creating services and database if it's needed. And continuously, you can run the tests to check everything you have done is correct. So I like that. But how to do that and also enjoy it? You have to clean your testing framework and your space. Because your tests are also code. So give some time to structurize it and use proper tools and encapsulate what's possible. How can right tools can help you? Here is the schema of application, and my tests almost simulates the front-end behavior. I write them in Kotest, which is great testing framework for Kotlin, but it doesn't matter. The principle would be same in every single language or framework. I use IntelliJ IDEA for running them continuously. When I use some mocking, I usually mock the whole services or adapters. I use mock-k for Kotlin, but I prefer to use real database and managed services when it's possible. Because my complex queries, or for example, some Elasticsearch testing, cannot be provided by the mocks. And if you have some third-party APIs, there is also a solution. So let's have a look on them. Everything is covered with Spring, which can help you a lot with that. Why I like Kotest? Maybe you are familiar with JUnit. Main difference is that Kotest utilize running ordinary functions. So tests are functions, not function calls, not functions, like in JUnit. It means you can structure them. So here, you don't have to read that, but you can see the structure. Like here, I can prepare some data. Here, another data. Here is test. I can create a whole test suite here. And when I run the tests in IntelliJ IDEA, it looks like that. And I can run the single test in TDD or a whole group of the tests when I want to. And this is the result. Great. What about mocking? Mock-k is great for Kotlin because in Mockito or PowerMock, you cannot mock Kotlin-specific things like ordinary functions or extended function. But I would say I don't mock services like that. I refuse to write copy of implementation like I have seen in many companies. I don't believe to those tests because they are fragile. So when I have some service, I never do something like creating mock and passing arguments, calling it and expecting. No, I would not do that. When I mock services, I use mock-k bean, which allows me to replace it in a whole Spring context easily. So I can mock service for database for a while or some adapter of other services. When I have third-party API, WireMock can create test the double over HTTP level. So we can just configure what it should should return, and your ordinary REST API client will use that. And I also said that we try to use our Postgres to the max. So I appreciate tests over real database. In my data access objects, I try to test complex mapping to the DTOs. And if I have complex queries, like get all listing that currently have one active subdirectory, or delete all logs older than 30 days that have not been opened, it's quite too hard to write them on the first try. So if I have tests, I can run it continuously. But I need real database. So test containers is library for me, because in my test, it runs the Docker container based on configuration, which I can specify programmatically. Or if I use Spring, I can just provide a different database driver, and it will start this container on this port with those passwords, and it's connected to the Spring. And it's easy like that. You don't have to read that. It will be in the demo. But where are those end-to-end tests? Again, Spring with single annotation can help you run a real server with fully functional REST API, and you can inject one of those clients, which are already connected to it. I prefer web test client. It's most modern of those. And you can see the API is quite comprehensive. But you don't want to write those methods in your tests. So in Kotlin, or even in Java, is really fine to encapsulate those. I can encapsulate those parts which are reusable over other calls. And luckily, it looks like that. But I try to go farther and create methods for each endpoint and communication. Like this extension method creates some partner, gets some data, and you can see it calls the URL and pass some value and return body into the partner DTO. If I do that, my tests are short, and this code is reusable. But it takes time, of course. And I also encapsulate data creation. Like you have seen on the previous slide, I just passed the data, so I can have some method for that and use defaults and rewrite only what's possible. But what if I need to prepare some data in database? When can I do that? And how? I can do that using REST calls, so create one, check if it's there, or I can create them directly in database. And I often do that. But when? I strongly discourage you from doing that before all the tests. Do not have one single file which have all data, because they will become tightly coupled, and tests will interfere with each other. Rather, do that before the test class, or even better, before each test. And do not forget to clean your database after the test in a transaction for database tests, and by deletion in end-to-end tests, because tests will create the data. How to prepare them? Similarly, like calling the endpoint, I prefer to encapsulate that. This is Juke, but you don't have to understand or read. Just imagine function which calls your favorite entity manager and creates the data. But Kotlin can help me to provide really great API, because I have some defaults, and I have a context apply function which allows me to redefine only those I want. And it's stored after that. Great. But what about the speed? End-to-end tests are supposed to be slow, but they don't have to, because you can speed them up. Do not start your containers when using TDD. Use reusable for test containers configuration, which allows you to start them for the, during the first test and after they are used. So tests become really faster because it's like, okay? And what about your builds? In my Gradle build, we generate a lot of data, for example, for Juke, and we update our schema. And there's a lot of other actions. Some can be excluded, or you can add some flag to it. And in IntelliJ IDEA, you can configure your test to use this configuration, and it will run the test with it. And I would say that setting log level to info will also increase the test speed if you don't need them in tests. Okay, let's do some live coding here, because I have speak too much. So I would like to prove it that it works. I hope there will not be another technical issue like before. I will have really a small application, which, because we don't have much time, also has some logic implemented. There is some small database with client which have offices, and my task is to meet some acceptance criteria. I need endpoint for getting the client, and when some office is created, it should be read with the client, as you see in the JSON. And when office is deactivated, it's removed from client's list. Quite easy, but I think it's good for that. I hope this is only technical issue. Tak. Great. So, IntelliJ IDEA. Hello. Here is ordinary Spring application. You can see there is some data source configured. There are some migration scripts. I have also Office controller implemented for creating and deactivating. My task will be to implement client controller. There is already some client DAO, data access object, which I have some methods. Great, there will also be my work. And I have some details. So, how to start? When I don't know how to start for complex tasks, I start with test. So, first test, okay. Client should get existing client, and I would like to get it. I have some ancestor here, and I told you that I can inject test client here, and here is my entity manager. Let's use them. So test client, and I would like to have some methods, like get client. Oh, it's here. Of course, we don't have so much time, but you can imagine writing it, and that was the preparation phase I told you about. It calls this URL and return client DTO. Okay, so if it's DTO, so there should be some name. And I would say it should be first. If you have never seen that, it's like calling method. It's called infix method, and cotest is based on that because I can easily extend it by my own matchers. Imagine JUnit if you need to. So I will run the test, and it will be red, of course, because I don't have endpoint yet. But I need to have red test before making it green, so I can believe it. TDD says, do it in the most easiest way as possible. Okay, I will return it. Do not laugh. I will have working REST API after that. And the next phase is refactor. So if that's green, REST API works. Great. I think I can continue. Here is some data object, data access object, and I would probably want it to be like that. Okay, but it will not work because it's not implemented. Maybe it's time to show you the mocking of the services, which is quite easy. Okay, mockbean, wait, init client DAO. Sorry. And just stub it. Every client DAO get jedna returns client that načarka first. Okay. If it works, I know. Okay. Hello, live coding. It should be here. Great. Okay. So that's the possibility of mocking the services or adapters. But I would remove that. Rather, I would implement it directly. Just blink. You don't have to understand that. It's just reading from database, and it will fail. Why? I don't have data in the database. I have told you that there is some DSL context, so I will create client, and let's have a look on the method. I said that in Kotlin I can easily override that using context functions. So this could be considered to be a real test. Green. I know that the service works. Next acceptance criteria. When Office is created, it can be read with the client. It will be the complex one. Okay, I like context. So Office is, and it should be read with client. And I showed you that there is already some create Office. First is client ID. And here I have some helper function. So I can use that. It's created, and I suppose that test Office that offices should be filled with one of those. Okay, here I will have client ID. When I run this structure, it will create the office, but it's not get with the client. So what is the easiest way to implement that? Okay, in controller, I will do some messy thing. I will call client DAO, and there is some method, and I will test that. Great, that works. But I don't want to do it like that, of course. Let's have a look in client DAO. Whoa, I don't understand Juke. I would rather to test it first, as I told you. I have client data access object test here. Please, some magic. And here is test for the offices. I have one office, and I read it, and I suppose it to be in the list. But I can see it's not there. Collection is empty. But I have test, so I can implement that in the same way like before. Offices, assigning, rerun the test. And it works. But my colleague in a review told me, hey, it's Hibernate style, don't do that. Use rather that code. But I am not so experienced, and I don't understand it properly, but I have tests. So when I rerun them, I can see it's green. Great. So rerun all the tests, even with the controller. Green. And back to the last acceptance criteria. When Office is deactivated, it shouldn't be in that list. Quite easy to implement, even in database, but I would like to have test. So should not be in list when deactivated. I can refactor it a little. Office and test client. The deactivation method was already here, I told you, so just passing Office. And after that I suppose this will be 0. Rerun. I shouldn't run all the tests, just single one, it's faster. And it should be red, because I can see the deactivated Office in the list. I don't understand Juke, so first I will modify the client data object test. I will add last Office, inactive Office. I will use extension method. Okay, and after that should not get inactive Office. I can refactor a little. That's why I like structuring the tests. And client from DB, offices should not exist ID. It's lambda here, inactive Office. What have I misclick? Okay. Oh, what have I done here? Yeah, of course, it should be red. I was too fast in my mind. And here I can try to modify the query. Active is true. It's green. I will rerun all the tests. And my acceptance criteria are met. And even better, I have tests, so I can refactor the inners of the application, because REST is my main part. But do you believe that application works? You probably not. So I will run it. Where I have it? I have it here. Run. It will start on localhost 8080 as usual. I can have a look into database where I have client, DevConf, and some offices. And I have Postman. So when I send that, I can see the JSON here. And when I set one of those to the false, I can see it disappeared. So everything worked. Great. So back to the slides. What to take from my talk? Give a TDD a chance even for API calls. Encapsulate your API calls. Use real database or services where possible. Speed up your builds. And try that. Enjoy that. I will provide you some links. They will be on this QR. And thank you for your attention. And ask me anything. And I have some swag here. And for your question, you can choose coffee package or dotted notepad. Or at least don't agree with me. Sure.
What is the difference between mock with double K compared to Spring Boot?
Yes. What's the difference between mock bean and mock K bean? It's because it's used mock K inside instead of Mockito, and it's designed for working with Kotlin. That's only because if I use mock K, I usually exclude Mockito from Spring. So that's why. Yeah. Okay. Coffee or dotted notepad?
Notepad.
Sure.
If there is no better question. Thank you.
No, I have plenty of them. Not plenty, but some. So next question for coffee or notepad? No. If I have any alternative for test containers? Yeah, if later in my career I just do TDD with configuration to the local Docker. It also works, but we use test containers even on continuous integration. So that's why. Do you have some problem with them or some reason to not use? Yeah.
If I want to use for .NET-based applications.
And I would say that I'm not sure, but I would say that it's possible that test containers also works in .NET. Okay. But I'm not sure here. But it's multi-language probably.
Yeah, my colleague is saying he uses a Python.
Yeah.
There is a Python integration, but also .NET, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but I would expect something like that. Or you can just use that for test development of your application or run it locally, but not on CE. But I would say that those tests are for me to be a faster developer, not for checking bugs. I would say. Coffee or notepad?
What kind of coffee?
It's some Indonesia Java.
Yeah, I'm a Java also.
Yeah, take Java. Okay, next question.
When writing this kind of tests, I usually have a problem with the mock data in my database. So as the application evolves, those tests break because now we expect a different data, and like you do some change and half of your tests break, and each one in a different way. How do you deal with that? Because the data is incomplete, you know, in each test. Here you added just what the test needed.
Yes, I'm always trying to add just what the text needed. So if there is need to have some predefined arguments in database, I will add them to the function, to the encapsulated creation of the data. For example, keywords column becomes mandatory, so I have to put there some default, and it usually doesn't break my tests. So, and I'm trying to fix those before making the changes usually. So like that. Coffee or notepad?
Notepad.
Okay. Next question, please, if you have time. Yeah. You can use mock question. No, but you can have a notepad if you want. Thank you for your coaching.
So, thank you, Vika, for this,
Yeah.
for a great
Sure.
presentation, and thank you all for
Thank you for your attention.
attending this.
Thank you. Back to you. OK. Tak jsme to nakonec zvládli nějak.
Nakonec se to zvládlo, omlouváme se za tady tyhle
No tak
problémy.
víte, jak mám ten nefunkční operační systém, jak říkáte. Nestává se to. Co to je za zařízení?
Nevím, to je fakulta. Oni jediný, co dělají, nebo říkají, že dělají, takže vezmou prostě ten výstup a mirrorují ho dál. Jo. Je pravda, že my jsme prostě zkoušeli u nás v ofisu několik Maců, všechny se nám podařilo rozjet.
Ano, já jsem na
ale
tomhle
prostě přijde sem.
Při nějaký bulletmasteru toho funguje. Já se přiznám, že na tomhle jsem přednášel a fungovalo. Ale většinou sebou musím i jako ty věci, že se dá použít jako zesilovací nebo napájenou redukci, která má vlastně vlastní voltáž. A já jsem si to nevzal, že si říkám, už jsem to roky nepoužil. Takže příště budu chytřejší a vezmu si jich víc. Tahle opravdu mi fungovala vždycky do teďka.
Jako bylo zajímavé, že mezi těmi měli problém, tak jsme tam tady zapojili přesně tohle a bylo to v pohodě.
Já jsem takhle na FITu v Praze sestřelil prostě celou učebnu normálně tou ofiko redukcí. V tom momentě, když jsem tam zapojil prostě Mac, tak běželo to asi 5 minut a pak to jenom prostě komplet mrtvý.
Mně se tohle stalo taky, že to jako prostě nějak resetoval ten projektor nebo tak ta ofiko. A tahle mi funguje líp než ta ofiko. Jo, a tahle stojí třeba 1000 korun, ta ofiko stojí 2
I have a Linux machine.
Yeah. It's busy Linux.
I'll give you this 10 minutes before, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes for Q&A. Everyone Q&A, if you don't have a Q&A.
Sure. I think I know.
1, 2, 3. Good? Or 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, nice.
Okay. Yeah, we can start. Hi, everyone. How are you doing today? Good? Are you ready for the party tomorrow? Because they didn't call a party, but it's just, how to say, networking party. Social, yeah, social networking. I'm looking forward to it. So today's topic, we discuss how you can observe your APIs with the help of API gateway plugins. So before we get started, let me introduce myself. My name is Babur, or you can call me Tiger, which is translation of Babur into English, Tiger. And my surname directly can be Livermore. Like Tiger, Livermore means tiger who lives longer. This is a direct translation. If you have a problem with pronunciation of my name, or another version, like you can call me Bob. Shortly, right? I'm a software engineer, open source contributor to Apache Software Foundation, also developer advocate for project called under ESF API 6. If you have questions regarding my session, or would you like to discuss more about API management, APIs, feel free to reach out to me on these social channels. I will be super happy always to have this conversation. Before we get started, let's do first thing. For my Instagram, I need to take some selfie, right? If you don't mind. Like from that part, I think it looks great. Smiles, I don't see smiles. So we can take a look at these. So my job is done, I can go home. Thank you. But today I have actually quite interesting topic to bring. We're going to start first talking about what's API observability, right? And then I will gonna explain you how you can use API gateway as a central observation point for your APIs. And shortly also introduce what is one of the famous open source projects, API 6 also. And then we'll dive into 3 pillars of observability like logging, metrics, and traces. And then I will show you a small demo, how you can use these plugins to observe your APIs. Right? What is API observability? Does anybody know what's API observability? Are you monitoring your APIs? Maybe some people are still coming. So what is the API? Okay, API observability is a very hard question. What is the API? It is an acronym, right? Stands for Application Programming Interface, right? So because we all know this API is used by every service, applications nowadays, and API observability itself, it's just the next evolution of API monitoring. Like traditionally, we monitor APIs using logs, right? Using metrics and traces. Because traditional monitoring mostly focuses on tracking known unknowns, which means we know exactly what we are measuring, like a number of requests per second or maybe number of errors per second, but we don't know exactly value. What will be the value of after we had the research, how many requests will be for our APIs, right? This is about monitoring. And compared to observability, it focuses on measuring unknowns, which means there are some metrics that we don't know as a developers that might happen, right? Like a network latency, or maybe some API version incompatibility, right? Or can be some other issues that related to your environment, dev, staging, prod environment. That can be separate metrics or logs for different environments, right? This is about observability. We don't have to confuse with monitoring, visual monitoring, and observability. I'm going to explain later how you will understand like what observability exactly means. And nowadays, actually, observability is, welcome. Thank you. Observability is a part of every development team, right? Because it solves many problems related to API's consistency, reliability, and how fast frequently we are delivering new features for our customers, right? And for example, as a product manager, I can use API observability to understand the consumption and the usage of my API, right? As I am a developer, I can use it to specify all the requirements I should build these APIs by looking at API observability. Or security team, they can use API observability to detect and protect against possible threats of your APIs, right? If you're a business manager or you're working in a business line, you can use API observability to understand the real business value of your API, or you can use it for monetization. And there are different teams, different purposes using the API observability. Once we understand, another question comes. You see the answer already. How easily observe your APIs? There are maybe several ways. You can use platforms, tools, SDKs, some other solutions. But one of the simplest way I understood is using maybe API gateway. Why? Because nowadays we are building multiple microservices, APIs, serverless APIs, gRPC services, GraphQL, all these bringing some functionality to your client applications, right, on the left side. A client application can be mobile, web, desktop application, but you do have not one microservice or one service behind the scene. A lot of services are running. And in these scenarios, you can see API Gateway can act as a central point that can route your incoming requests from your client applications to the intended destination. What is intended destination? As you can see, it can be database also. It can be some serverless APIs, whatever, on the backend. You can build this backend with your own knowledge using Spring Framework, using ESP.NET Framework, or maybe Go, Python libraries. But here in the picture is API Gateway acts as a sync layer to catch all the requests. Why it's useful? Because usually if you have multiple microservices, you expose a lot of URLs, right, endpoints. And this client application should know all the endpoints to get some functionality from them. But what if there is another tool called API Gateway can give client application information about all the URLs so that it shouldn't understand what's happening on the behind the scene in your service network. In this case, you can use API Gateway to say, okay, this read customers' data should go to customers' service, read the orders request should go to orders service, and so on. API Gateway can map this sort of requests. Is it clear what's the API Gateway now? Who is using API Gateway? Yeah, because I know you're too. Okay, very good, very good. Which API Gateway is it? All right, nice. And if it's clear what is API Gateway, let's understand what is the plugins for API Gateway. Gateway is just a door, right? I can open the door and I can go inside. If door is not open, I cannot go inside. It means it offers some security features also. You can do authentication, authorization, right, with the help of plugins, because plugins is just additional component that can be plugged into your API Gateway to add some extra power. You can control the traffic. You can also transform your API request or API responses, right? A lot of responsibilities comes with API Gateway plugins. Also, as I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the talk, you can use it for observing your APIs. Because, as we said, it's only center stays in the center, knows all the moving traffic, all the logs, all the metrics in the API Gateway level. You can collect this data easily from the gateway to derive further useful metrics without spending time or effort on finding out frameworks, or using your own tool, maybe building your own tool. You can use some plugins, pre-built connectors, where you can easily connect to some famous observability tools, or like, you know, Prometheus. Who's using Prometheus, by the way? Oh, I see we have many people. Grafana, who's using? Okay, I am also using Grafana, Prometheus together. Like Datadog also, that is in the list. You can always connect to your API gateway without any additional, coding or additional time. This is one of the benefits of using API gateway with plugins. So one of the API gateway representing today me is called API 6. It's also one of the open source project of Apache Software Foundation. Do you know Apache Software Foundation? No? Do you know Kafka, Cassandra, Tomcat? These are all the open source projects, right? API 6 is also like one of them. Why I brought this example, not only I am kind of contributing to this project, open source project, because I like also some features on this project. Like, let's assume that it's written originally in Lua programming language, which is old Nginx, also plus maybe some other frameworks written in Lua. But if I don't know Lua, I can use ChatGPT, right? But if ChatGPT cannot give me some ideas, I can use my own skills, like I'm a Java developer. I can use Java plugin runner to create my own plugin, because not always existing plugins can serve your requirements, like or user needs. Or if you're a Go developer, you can use the plugin development in your favorite programming language. Another feature, if you don't like to write the code, you are lazy enough, you can use the dashboard without writing in the low code. You can use the dashboard to connect one or multiple plugins together in the dashboard. It's also for free. Our contributors are still working on the dashboard, so to make some advanced kind of solutions for using these plugins. So let's back in the observability topic. Once we understand what's the API gateway, right? Observability, why important, and what is, let's say, API 6. Now, let's talk about the observability pillars. There are key areas when we talk about observability. We need to start to look into metrics first, logs, and traces, right? 3 pillars. First, you start to logging logging because it's trial version and easy to instrument, easy to use. Because logging, I think everybody uses logs, right? We use logs for debugging, or we use logs for auditing. We use logs for in real time understanding some events by timestamp. Right? Events coming, maybe Kafka or some other things. Or let's say there are some logger plugins, not only in API 6, or all other API 6 API gateway providers, like Kong, for example. You can also use this sort of plugins to understand your logs. You can use HTTP logger, for example, to send the requests to your log server automatically from the API gateway without implementing it in any logic. Or you can use, for example, TSP logger, whatever logger you want to use. And next one is, for example, metrics. Metrics, like just measurement, data measurement, right? Over time. You can use metrics to understand what happened over time. Also, aggregate this data to further use it in distributed systems, like maybe Elasticsearch. You can maybe understand your metrics on there, and maybe based on the metrics, you can also switch on some alerts to take some actions. Right? This is what the metrics does. With API 6, also you can use Prometheus plugin to collect your metrics. Also show it in the Grafana. I'm going to demo soon how you can do that. Connect the Grafana and maybe visually see your metrics. Last one is observability indicators or pillar is tracing. Who knows tracing, or are you using tracing often? Okay, which tools are you using? Yeah, Jaeger also, yeah? Okay. OpenTelemetry also. By the way, my colleague Nicola Franklin, he's here. On Sunday, he's also talking about like from developer perspective, how you can use OpenTelemetry to understand your tracing. It's going to be interesting because that's why today I will skip tracing part, only give you an idea how you can do metrics and logging. So this is a zipping plugin also we have, by the way. You can also use zipping plugin, of course, to support, to collect some trace and make a report to Jaeger or some other platforms. So let's, enough theory, right? We can jump into now quick demo I have for today. If you want to try yourself, you can just scan this QR code after this session. There is one GitHub repository. It brings you this GitHub repository. A couple of examples, like how you can manage your traffic for your backend. In my case, I am using, for example, in this GitHub repository you will see soon, I'm using Docker Compose to create some containers for API 6 because we need to use the plugins, right? Containers for Prometheus, Zipkin, and Grafana. These are the containers. And then I am also using .NET. Who is a .NET developer? Is there anybody? Now you will kick me out here. I'm not actually .NET developer, originally Java, but I also write sometimes in .NET. But it can be any backend service, just an example in .NET. You can use your Java skills also to build the backend because API Gateway usually doesn't care about the backend development. You don't have to use, for example, NuGet packages or Maven dependencies to use API Gateway because it's an independent instance, right? So if it's everything clear, let me show you some interesting stuff here. Let me stop my presentation here. I am talking about this repository, as you can see. In this repository, it demonstrates how you can manage your traffic. Also, if you navigate to different branches, there are different showcases. And for example, if you navigate API observability, you can learn how you can enable all the observability plugins. If you open like circuit breaker, how you can use API Gateway to enable circuit breaker or fault handling and so on. We will start with API observability, right? Let's assume that I am using Windows machine. Who is using Windows machine? Yeah, someone is doing like this. Sorry, I worked for Microsoft. That time, I don't have a choice to use. That's why I'm still using the Windows machine. But in my case, WSDL, Ubuntu subsystem installed. There is no issue. But I don't have any issue using Ubuntu Windows. As you can see, I have one container. This is actually second container. API 6.NET Docker, the same. I cloned the project, and I'm going to run this project without using Docker Compose app. I'm using desktop. But you can do Docker Compose app as well. I'm going to start my containers. They will slowly start it. And then, as you can see, I have one backend service. It's product API. If I navigate to it's running like 5 port, but actually it's running, but here is nothing happening. But if you navigate to API products, it's quite simple API. Does just get request and returns some response, like with a product list of products. I have 2 products only, right, for demo purposes. And from there, let's start to observe this small, simple, tiny API, right? If you open the project in your favorite editor, in my case, VS Code. I use also IntelliJ there, but it comes as VS Code. What we start with now, we're going to first start understanding logs. For example, if you navigate to commands folder in this repository, there is a couple of steps how you can achieve these 3, logs, metrics, and trace. First thing, in any API gateway providers, you need to create and register your backend service, right? Backend service, how you can register, is it big enough or is it good now? Everybody can see it, right? First thing, you need to create and register your backend service. In my case, product API, right? In API 6, to register my backend API, I need to create new upstream object. just one single object, and I'm saying to API gateway, please create single node with one backend service, and we will use it later for plugins and routes. Let's register my backend service. This is a product API with a list of product list. I will register it just by running this curl command. But if you prefer to use dashboard, as I said earlier, you can use dashboard. Or you can use even Postman to do this curl command if you hate curl commands. There, we created now, like first our upstream registered product service, and next step I will start with logging. Enabling this logging plugin. If I open the next terminal example here, curl command, what I am doing, I am creating another object, call it plugin config. So plugin config, what it does, you can register all plugins you want to use for your, let's say, upstream for your routes. In my case, I want to use HTTP logger plugin to send my logs collected by API gateway to a server, log server. Let's assume that I have a log server running on the mockbin.org. Let me show you. If I go to this mock server, you will see there are some information. Yeah, as you can see, it's saying it's your log server. It's my mock log server. In the reality, that can be your O1 log server running in the cloud, running on your on-premise services, right? Also, if you do /logs, it will show all the logs I tried before the demo, right? 20 hours ago, or maybe a few seconds ago, I also tried to run some API commands. It sends some requests, as you can see. So let's enable this plugin to send my API logs to that server. And to do so, I will create my plugin config with single HTTP logger plugin. And as you can see, it's enabled. And the next step, let me send some request to my /API product to send logs, right? Let me do this curl command once again. Here we go. I can do one more time. As you can see here, it should be reflected. Sometimes it takes time, depending on the network issue or so on. But usually, these logs should come. As you can see, like a few seconds ago, one log came. And then if you open these API 6 logs available, like it adds additional headers, like, for example, headers for rate limiting, how many times you can send this request, so on. Or you can customize these logs as you wish, right? This is how HTTP logger, simply I enable it. On the other hand, how you do achieve this logger, for instance, in Spring Framework, also easy, right? In application.properties, you can enable these logs as well. It's also simpler, even like a Spring. So now enable it. As we can see, we can send some logs, and we can see the logs. Clear now, HTTP logger? Or any questions? I see some faces, something not clear, or everything's crystal clear, right? Good. Next step in my list is to create a route. So let's see. I created one first upstream plugin config route in API gateway means I will I show sometimes some policies, regulations, how my request should be forwarded to backend service. This is you specify some routing rules. Because we skip it in the previous step, now I'm going to explain these routing steps. As you can see what I'm saying to API gateway, please try to fetch every GET request to our domain if this request /API/products enable these plugins. In our case, was HTTP logger plugin, right? Once you enable these plugins and use this plugin, after that, you can forward my request to the backend product API. That's how the fetching mechanism works in API gateway, right? If it isn't good, next step, maybe let's try with Prometheus plugin, how we can enable this plugin with easy steps. I can, for example, create one, again, plugin config by running a patch request. I can add a Prometheus plugin to my plugins list. Right? There we go. If I do this curl command and run it, my Prometheus plugin is also enabled here. How I can see these plugins, if you navigate to Docker, we had, if you remember, some Prometheus also, the instance were running. Let's check this Prometheus instance and if you have any metrics available on this dashboard. For example, usually metrics sent by API 6 call it HTTP, or you can, for example, see other also type of metrics available, like I say, maybe HTTP status. I think it's not yet here, but I can generate some by calling again one request, because until we send the request, this plugins wasn't enabled, right? Let me send some request, and then maybe I can see some thing here. API 6. Was it the status, Nicola? Do you remember? Status. Let me check. Or we can HTTP. I think was it status? Oh, we can see it on Grafana as well. Or it's not coming. Maybe let's use the curl command. Sometimes dashboard are updating not quickly. We can use curl command like instead of dashboard. Because my metrics are now automatically should be sent to this endpoint, running the same on the Prometheus server, like /Prometheus/metrics. For example, I can use this curl command and see these metrics over there. Here we go. Here. I think it was this one, API 6 HTTP status. We can try to search now back in dashboard how this came to my dashboard. Yeah, this is the same request sent to the Prometheus. The idea is very simple, right? I mean, to implement this, the same like future in other frameworks, they can do also similar steps. But in our case is in API 6 Docker Compose example, like everything's set up. Like there's a Grafana also configuration. It's sometimes it's hard to configure, but you can also use these capabilities. For example, if I navigate to Grafana board now, we have contributors, open source contributors already created this beautiful dashboard. Is it easy to create dashboard on Grafana? No, right? It's shit. Yeah, true. That's a point. Like we have already this dashboard is created. Like you can at least understand some observe your APIs, like request per second, or you can understand some latency, how much latency your APIs are taking, or for example, you can understand some the traces later on with OpenTelemetry, right? This is how the Grafana and the Prometheus plugin actually works together. Automatically send some requests, right? So this is about Logger and Prometheus plugin. If you want to understand like other plugins we have, you can open the official website. There are a list of observability plugins. Let me show you. Like here, under observability, you can see it's structured by the categories. For example, tracers, we are supporting right now Zipkin, Skywalking, OpenTelemetry. Or if you want to use some metrics, like you can use Datadog. Most of our open source developers are using Datadog. Or if you're using like loggers, for example, you can use like a Google Logger or ClickHouse also. We are supporting, and we are adding more extensions onto API 6. This is open source, right? You need to find some contributors who can do this integration part. So with that, we can slowly close my presentation. Before that, let me finish with the takeaways. What was the takeaways, actually, what I presented or tried to explain? First, you can use API Gateway if you want to easily make available your monitoring observability without using some SDKs or libraries or tools. You can achieve that as we achieve it easily right now. Like I spent even less than 5 minutes. or you can use some modern API gateways to build some other connections to other platforms you want to use by adding additional plugins to support other platforms, right? And then also you can use some plugins without any code on the application side. Because we didn't write any code on application side. Usually, you need to write something also to send from application to API gateway, some logs, right? And it's not about API observability. This API gateway also you can use for other cross-cutting functionalities. Like you can use, as we said, for transformation, right? You can use for like load balancing also sometimes. There are other features. So it was my talk. There are some references. If you are interested to contribute to open source project, you are more than welcome. And you can get this sort of T-shirt. It's kind of more motivating, right? Now we can jump to questions if you have any. No questions? Yep.
We're using a different API gateway because people not be outside the zone.
Yeah.
In general, what would be your killer feature or reasons to switch to API 6?
Oh, yeah. It's a tricky question. Yeah, thank you for that. Do you want to answer or I can answer?
What's the alternative, the open source alternative?
Please repeat the question.
Yeah, let me repeat questions. My colleague was asking, what is the key reason to switch from the API gateway that they are using to API 6? That we are trying to explain now. I'm giving stage to my colleague, Nicola. He would like to understand like which alternative are you using currently?
Microsoft Azure API gateway.
API management, because your workload already in API management on Azure, right? Your infrastructure.
We're using different, both on-prem and
Okay. Okay, in that case, like if you're using combination of different like platforms, you can also use API 6 together with API management. The idea for me, like it's a performance first. It is quite fast. If you want to speed, is first place. Also, you can use some other the features that maybe the Azure API management doesn't provide. If I'm missing something, Nico?
No, you will need to repeat. But basically, if you're happy with what you have, keep it. That's the first thing. And second, in my opinion, this is a project managed by the Apache Foundation. This is just the best bet for the future. All the rest, there is always a risk. Up to you.
Yeah. And what are also the cloud providers are using Azure plus? Is there anything else?
on the cloud, on the Azure, but then on-premise services as well, both on Windows and Linux.
Yeah, got it. And also one thing, we're talking about API gateway a lot, right? You can also use ingress controller. API 6 can work as an ingress controller for Kubernetes. There's a different topic. That's why we have different sessions for that. If you're interested, you can check that out. Because I know 60% of our many contributors now from different companies, they're using ingress instead of API gateway because everything is inside the Kubernetes, right? So this is a solution. I think this is also a selling point. I'm not selling, but the selling point of API 6. I have a T-shirt for you, one, the same like this. I hope the same file. I have two more T-shirts.
Are you measuring the potential vulnerability that you are adding to each request on the gateway?
Sorry, once again, it's a bit far.
Are you making some performance measurements?
Yeah.
Like how much you are adding to each request? If you have Prometheus there, traces, etc.
Yeah, good question. I think I will repeat the question. My colleague is asking, like, is there any performance indicators you are checking to understand the API's performance with the Prometheus, right? There's an additional configuration we need for that, but there is a performance analysis, benchmark analysis we did in the past. Maybe I can also send you the link, specifically for API 6. You can have a look, right? And if your question is more about specifically if we did for one product API's performance testing, we don't have such tool, honestly, like to test with Prometheus. It requires additional setup for Prometheus. Yeah. Does that answer the question, or maybe we can talk after? Okay. Out of time. Right. One more question, no. One more question, do you have? Because I have one T-shirt more, so I need to, well, I can give to the next session. Any questions? Or I need to show, like, this is a T-shirt, like very quality, high quality, but it's black. You cannot wear it in the under sun. I had a trouble today. Sorry. Thank you in this case for your attention. Thank you. So if you have other kind of talks, we have 2 more talks tomorrow and on Sunday by Nicola.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hello. Hey, working, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. Yeah. If I put like this, it's much better. I see some faces already from previous session, all right? Did you attend the previous session? You guys? No? Not? Okay. I think in this case, it will be more interesting. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I am super happy to see you all and speaking here. Today's topic is about how you can power your AI solutions built on, let's say, ChatGPT using API management or one hot mechanism of API management like API gateway. But we start first with understanding ChatGPT. So let me introduce myself for those who wasn't in the previous session. My name is Babur. You can call me Tiger. I also repeated this. But my colleagues, they call me sometimes short BI. That stands for Babur International. Like the idea is Babur International, I can easily find out the common language with any nationalities around the world, wherever I was. So that's why you can call me like Babur International. If you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me on the social channels or Instagram, Twitter, right, LinkedIn, and so on. Today, what we will talk about by shortly introducing your what is ChatGPT? Like who is using ChatGPT? Oh, so many people. If I ask, it's vice versa, like differently, who is not using ChatGPT? Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, you're not using ChatGPT. Come on, like you should use from today. What? You should use from today. After my presentation, you will understand why. ChatGPT you should use. Okay, and I will also explain like what is the OpenAI API. Plus ChatGPT, what's the API, and API management, right? And also, you understand the benefits of integrating this ChatGPT or OpenAI API with API management, and how we can use, let's say, plugins, existing plugins to enhance these AI solutions in our applications. In the end, I have also demo to show you how these features can be helpful for the AI solution. So APIs, right? By now we are all familiar with this term because we are living in increasingly API-centric world, right? Every service we use today either uses API or they are APIs. Even ChatGPT uses API. I asked myself in the chat, like if ChatGPT uses API, yes, or if you can use ChatGPT. You can use, for example, ChatGPT through the API using a platform called or OpenAI API, also OpenAI solution, by writing some code in the client or by directly calling your REST APIs, right? Or ChatGPT or OpenAI has recently announced that another cool feature where you can create your own custom plugins for provide some AI solutions in your application, right? Or you can use some existing plugins. There are some plugins already available if you are using Plus, ChatGPT Plus paid account, right? I have free account, but I migrated to paid to show you this presentation. Yeah, welcome. This is actually plugins. Why API is important? Because these plugins are using API under the hood. Because what it does, when you chat and ask in ChatGPT, book me this flight and hotel for tomorrow, it uses, let's say, booking.com API to fetch the data, what kind of booking available automatically, and books this flight or hotel for you. That's why like it uses both your API data and its own data to have a complex solution. Clear, right? Custom plugins, ChatGPT, the APIs. So let's talk about now OpenAI API. It's the same as ChatGPT. How you are using interface, right? I am asking a question and answering this question. API means you programmatically ask AI to do something. Like I can ask anything, right? I can ask anything through the API. I can use REST. I think they are providing now only REST solution. So you can do some code compilation or text generation. You will see soon. For example, I can ask one text. For example, what is a dev conference in Brno? It can answer AI if it has out-to-date information. I think it has like a 2021 until this data. Or it can help me to write some code, find out some bugs, right? Or it can generate some images or variations of images, and so on. This is how API does without interface. And how ChatGPT can help developers? This is, I think, most important question everybody asks themselves. Is there any idea how ChatGPT can help the developers? Yeah, go ahead.
For example, I have created a script which completes annotations for like 5,000 of the very poorly annotated codes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a use case. What kind of annotation? For which programming language? Or?
TypeScript.
TypeScript. Okay, right.
I have a pull request in which I have marked all the places which has very poorly annotated entities.
Yeah.
And I was waiting, and now I've completed it with ChatGPT
but it's helping, right? At least like 50% making you more performance, right? For me also, it helped with generating codes. For example, I am a contributor to API 6 project. You can write some plugins, right? In Lua programming language. I don't know Lua, honestly. I don't want to learn because I know advanced languages. I don't have to learn. I can use ChatGPT, ask, can you write me some Lua code? It does actually 95% correctly, like this Lua code is written for me. I was able to create new plugin, call it file proxy. You can check a link I will provide. Like this is not the topic of today, but what I'm trying to explain to you, it can exactly help you to generate some code. And also writing some test cases. I had a chance to talk to some companies. They are now using ChatGPT to write some integration tests because usually for integration tests, you need input data, right? If some user clicks this button, something should happen, or like this. In this case, ChatGPT can create some input for your programs. For testing, it's really good. For generating documents, like if you are writing as a developer some documentation, you don't have to write your own. You can just ask ChatGPT, please explain this API, what it does, and write the Swagger definition, or Open API definition. It can create Open API definition. Is it reduced the time? Right? Other use case I'm going to skip just to give you an idea. You can observe yourself. If you're using ChatGPT, you know what's the capabilities. I'm not promoting ChatGPT. I don't work for Microsoft. And this is the differences. Like as I said, ChatGPT interface. You can use as a user-friendly. You can ask some questions. API just makes these AI models through the REST. And you can interact with AI inside your application. This is the one advantages of API, using API. You will see how it can take a benefit in my demo. And my statement here, okay, we understood. ChatGPT uses APIs to write some custom plugins. And custom plugins able to call API, right? Again, API usage. And also, we do have a lot of service using ChatGPT through the API. In this case, my API should be secure, first of all. And second of all, it should be scalable. I should be able to scale my APIs, right, by running different instances of the same API, so on. If one instance fails, it should always fall back to another instance, and it should be available 100% of the time. How to achieve this? How to make our API secure, performant, and scalable? Yeah, that's actually great. I asked this question also, but there was a lot of solutions, right, available. It was in the chat, but then I end up with This is about API indicators, right? Successful indicators like performance, availability, and security. And then one of the unsupervised using API gateway. If you want to have a secure performance and scalable APIs, you can use API gateway. Why? From the previous talk also, I was explaining like API gateway because in the center, right, in the heart, like it can know all these APIs exposed by your backend services. It means like it can control the security. Right? There's a door, I cannot go inside, but inside my friends. But to see my friends, I need to say code or I need to access this information, right? API gateway also like a front door to accept the request and to secure your applications. Also, it can scale. Your backend service can also scale, but also API gateway can also scale in such a way that, like for 3 service, 1 API gateway, like there is a concept of backend for front end, right? You can use a separate API gateway for mobile applications, a separate API gateway for, let's say, web applications, so on, to show different information on different applications. My colleague Nicola also here, he has a very famous talk. It's called the backend for front end, right? You can also talk to him, like he can explain a lot of usability about this backend for front end solutions. And of course, the plugins, another important fact in API gateways, you can use plugins to achieve this stuff, like observability. I had a presentation just before this, how you can observe APIs using API gateway, or how you can make authentication, like a single sign-on, or how you can use identity providers like Google or maybe some other identity providers in API gateway. So API 6, I can introduce one more time. This is on my T-shirt. Open source project, also API gateway. We can use it for free. There is a lot of features, good features, like a plugin hot reloading. For example, what it does mean, let's say we said like our API should be performance, right? You don't have to add, you don't have to stop your current running server if you want to enable new plugin. Without any downtime, you can delete or add additional plugin. That's one of the capabilities of API 6 without stopping, right? And other capabilities like a plugin development, you can create your own plugin in your favorite programming language. Like as I say, I don't know Lua, I hate Lua. I can use Java plugin runner to create my Java, or ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT to write some Lua code. And of course, dashboard, you can use dashboard to achieve the same things without writing any code in a low-code environment. These are some of the cool features why I like API 6. And next topic is how, use this API gateway and AI together. Because my statement was, problem statement was, for ChatGPT, we need secure APIs. In this case, I can use API gateway to secure my API calls, right? I can enable JWT token based authentication, or I can enable even a basic authentication with just user password and login. If you imagine like you want to have this authentication enabled within your code, if you're using Java, Spring Framework, you need to use Spring, right? You need to do some configuration, do a lot of stuff. Even ChatGPT helps you, it takes time. But the API gateway, you can just use one plugin and to enable your security feature. It's a little bit faster, not time consuming because it's already tested by the community members. Another thing is performance. In ChatGPT, for example, if you're using APIs to ask something on AI, it takes, first of all, some time, and also it's not for free. You need to pay each time you ask ChatGPT. In this case, you can use API gateway caching mechanism to cache some responses so that you can use this response in the future. It improves also performance. Right? These are some indicators. And you can use other plugins, just rate limiting. For example, you can limit the API accesses per maybe some amount of time. I can say only free users can request my API for free, 100 requests per maybe minute. If they are using more, I will ask, please pay for the other usage or change your layer, paying layer, like maybe pay as you go and so on. There are some other features you can use with AI. I'm going to demo soon in this picture. As you can see, this picture illustrates, let's assume that I have one client application. I am building one startup project, mobile application maybe. You will see my mobile application. And this mobile application talks to API gateway. And API gateway has a one single endpoint, / ask me anything. We can ask anything, right? And then it actually enables some plugins to control the authentication, rate limiting, security, and so on. And under the hood, also, it does call to AI.ai chat. It's an endpoint. It's exposed by my Spring Boot application. I built a Spring Boot application that it interacts with AI. You will see. And basically, I have one mywebsite.com / ask me anything endpoint. It's my own domain. I am calling to another domain, Spring Boot backend service to get some data. Clear, right? This is architecture diagram. Right, simple, yes? And next one, if you assume that once Spring Boot application receives request / NAI chat, it can call /v1 / completions endpoint of OpenAI. It's actually existing API exposed by ChatGPT. You can use the endpoint to ask anything. This part also clear, right? How the requests flow, going to AI and coming to from the AI. If it's clear, we can jump to demo session. Here in the presentation, you can also scan this QR code. It brings you to GitHub repository with my demo. If you want to try yourself at the end of the session, if you're like interested enough on AI solutions. Who is a Java developer here? Oh, many. I am also a Java developer. Yeah, because actually this demo, I used the Java and Spring Framework to achieve. Let me show you. If you open this QR code, it brings you to this API 6 Java ChatGPT OpenAI API report. And I have some branches, like depending on what you want to achieve. Like one branch, a main branch, for example, shows in the old way how you can use some Cordal commands to enable some plugins. For example, you can also check the API 6 documentation. Let me switch to the next one. Documentation to use API gateway, you need to, for example, create upstream, route, or plugins, and so on, right? This is one way of configuring an API gateway. There is another way of setting up API gateway by using standalone version. Let me switch back. I am going to demo it with standalone, because standalone, what it does, you can just write one YAML file, single YAML file with your all the routes, plugins configuration, and it you don't have to change next time. If you want to change, it automatically updates because API 6 is hot reloading, right? And if you open this branch, there are some folders. One folder is OpenAI API. It's a Java application, simple Java application. It has a pom.xml file, right? If you open pom.xml file, there is one library. It's actually just Spring Boot Starter web application. And I'm using one community API that wraps some API calls to ChatGPT in Java. You can also build your own, like this SDK. This is not difficult interacting with OpenAI API, because if you open OpenAI API documentation, there are enough documentation actually. Like you can see API references. Like it can teach you how you can authenticate to AI, right? For example, to authenticate to AI, you need to use API key, or if you want to use some other endpoints, like let's say chat completion, you need to request this endpoint. If you remember from the architecture diagram, I had this /v1. I'm gonna call this chat completion endpoint now. Without Java now, without API gateway. Let's do that. I assume that I have API key here. I have API key, I have a paid account. I paid $10 to make this demo. But it's not the case. Please don't use my API key. It can overuse. Let's do one request just to show you like how this AI works. For example, I have here prepared some Coral Commons examples. I'm gonna request AI.com, OpenAI.com, set a completion endpoint with my authorization key, and I am just saying you are helpful assistant, let's say. If I send this request, let me open my terminal here and separate channel. Here we go. And we can open one more time here. So I have it's visible. If I see, press enter. You see, it's ChatGPT responding me now. Thank you. How I can assist you today, right? This is very simple, right? I can show the model, which model, AI model I want to use. I can use ChatGPT 4 also. Now I'm using 3.5 turbo version. You can have a look. In the documentation, it explains which model, with what kind of power they can offer. But what if now I don't want to use Coral Commons because I want to add some functionality because I'm building applications, right, to ask anything. In this case, I built my Java application. As we started from the beginning, let's say under OpenAI documentation, as you can see, I have a simple Java application with single controller class. With single endpoint, also called /AI chat, that uses a community library to send the same request we did with Coral just now, right? For example, I can ask anything from this chat. So, and I have a Docker Compose that builds API 6, my Java application, and AppSmith, you will see soon, because I'm building full stack startup project. AppSmith is UI solution. It's also open source. You can check. I will see the screen, what I did. First of all, let me show you end solution. What end solution was, and I will explain it a little down. End solution is, I have, let's say, let's run this Docker Compose file with 2 containers, API 6, OpenAI API. So once my container is up and running, I'm using Docker Desktop. We have 10 minutes. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going fast, don't worry. If I open this AppSmith UI, you will see my UI application here, localhost. Here we go. Oh, it's not opening. Let's do one more time. Yes. AppSmith is starting. It's a UI builder framework. You don't have to learn front end to build this UI. Like JavaScript or HTML, CSS, you can just use the dashboard with widgets, ready components, put these components to build the applications. You will see now, once it's starting, I have already one built application. A little bit of loading, here we go. My first AI application is called using AppSmith. If I launch it, it has 2 pages. Let me bring one more time. Here you go. I think from here that I can also launch preview version. Here we go. It has 2 pages, one login page and main page. Because we need a security, right, for the application, first of all, so that my users can log in and also use some AI solution. For the login page, I use simple UI, right? But it's under the hood using API 6. API 6 enabled JWT token authentication. Like when I, for example, register my user on API 6, they can use their emails to log in. And then API 6 sends back the token, JWT token, so that the AppSmith application saves this token to the store. The other requests will be like just direct using authentication header. Let's go. If you do login successful, I am on the main page. I'm not going to ask about the Microsoft Azure, but you can ask any questions here. What do you want me to ask here? How old are you? Let's ask it. It's actually automatically reloaded the page, right? You see the response coming from AI, this one. Because on your first load, the web page, it's responding. How old are No, so ChatGPT cannot respond to specific questions. Let's see. I am AI, blah, 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 or probably didn't answer. Is innovative, age-gazing design. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a question? Sorry.
Yes. What can you see today still in beyond?
Beyond what?
Beyond. Beyond is a city in Greece.
Do you want me to ask question here also?
Yes, why not?
How it's pronounced?
City Dion. Let's see what you can find.
This one, Dion?
Dion. No.
Correct?
D. I India.
Uh-huh.
Oscar November.
Like Céline Dion.
Like this?
Dion.
Like Céline Dion.
B is Y. Like this?
Exactly.
What is this?
City in Greece.
Yeah. Let's ask. Maybe it doesn't know, huh?
You may know. It's not city.
Because, no, Dion is comprehensive online tool. Because, no, you are not right. Actually, this, the old data, right, 2021, that's why AI solution is old. What I'm trying to explain here, actually not the UI or not the how we are responding, also here is how the security feature is working. I didn't spend much time for this demo. 15 minutes, I built this JWT-based application with API gateway, right? For example, I can log in, I can log out, I can do registration just without spending time. For example, if I do log out, now the API 6 just gets and invalidates the JWT token, and I need to request again. And the same pass repeats, right? And you need to ask some question and AI solution to these questions. So that was kind of demo, the simple application here. But under the hood, what's happening? Actually, what's happening? First of all, I had one API 6 set up here. As you can see, it's a simple YAML file. As you configure your Kubernetes, I am configuring my backend application. My backend application, Java, right? Which is running on Docker, yes, 5 minutes. Docker OpenAI API, and I have route called Ask Me Anything. If you remember from diagram, Ask Me Anything. And while Ask Me Anything is called from external AppSubmit application, we are using proxy rewrite because this Ask Me Anything endpoint should be rewritten to this URI, right? Java URI, actually AI chat. Not Ask Me Anything. As you can see here in this one. This is AI chat, and API 6 actually rewriting the URI. And also I am using for the login endpoint single plugin called JWT. And I have one API consumer. API consumer, if you remember, I use its email address here, appsubmit@gmail.com. How it's easy, right? I have created consumer with single like a YAML file, and with that, that's all. API 6 is ready, and I have one Java application is ready, and with single 2 pages, the AppSubmit UI is ready. And now my question to you: who would like to invest in this my startup project? Is it? I mean, at least it can do something, right? Yeah, of course, sorry, it's a new feature requirement. I will add Dion. Dion, yeah.
I know that you have to really do search and to be very precise.
Yeah, sometimes that's the point, like why ChatGPT added custom plugin development. In this case, I know that the Dion city exists. I can add them to my own database. To my Java application, for example, and then I can combine these 2 responses together. In this case, I can empower my AI solution, right? Yes, okay. Yeah.
I wanted to show.
So how much do you want to put into investment? Do you have a question? No. Yeah. But yeah, if you're interested, just look, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, only if you can see in my demo, only AI, OpenAI API is paid, but the rest is, of course, for free. I think, I don't remember, it was $18 provided also, ChatGPT, for free usage. I used it 5 months. It's actually long, you can use, until you build something real, like my application.
Were there any features you really wanted to implement with this solution, but you were limited by some OpenAI restrictions?
Yeah, the restriction, the question I will repeat, what we want to implement additional features, right?
Were there any features you wanted to implement, but you couldn't due to restrictions of OpenAI?
Yeah, okay. I want to implement some features, but I couldn't because the restrictions by the OpenAI API, yes, there are a lot of restrictions. It's the right question. Restriction is one we found, it's all data. We cannot use all data. And the restriction is we cannot believe the ChatGPT some private information related to the company, right? In this case, I should use my own storage. One of my friends, he's actually not in IT, he asked the question, like he really a good question. Okay, ChatGPT we're using, what I want to use my own data inside the ChatGPT, and I should also save this response in my storage for the future. Also, it's impossible now. Maybe there is a plugin, it can be achievable, but it's not as a production ready storage like this.
They wanted to publish some plugins for working locally with some data storage, right?
Yes.
Maybe you would have to combine them both.
There is a plugin. I forgot to remember. I think there is a plugin also to achieve this. And I remember also Azure. They had announced one ChatGPT flow, call it a separate service on Azure, where you can specify flow. Like I say, one output should be an input to another ChatGPT, so that you can have a complex flows in this with storage. I mean. Yeah. Is there any features that I want to implement? But there is still some time to implement it. I want to implement, for example, my own custom plugin that shows all the discounts around the city. But the limitation, I haven't get my access to use this custom plugin development. We can maybe discuss with you later, like other limitations. So we can stop because we are running out of time. Thank you all for your attention. I'm happy. You can check this demo. It's great. AI is great. Let's see future, what it brings. Thank you. Thank you. So we can stop. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to this talk. My name is Dmitry, and today I'll be talking about modern strace. So a strace is a Linux system call tracer from user space with an older history. So what is modern strace? Well, it depends. For the purpose of this talk, modern strace is all the features accumulated since the previous talk I made at DevConf, which was also called modern strace. So if you're interested in those things that used to be modern those days, you can have a look at that talk. But now we'll be talking about very new features, actually since 2019. You can, quite a lot of them for these several years. There are several groups of features. Those that affect tracing process itself, most features that are about the tracing output, what would you like to see, or a few features about filtering, what you don't like to see, and a few features about tampering, how do you like to change what you see. Also, one summary option and one funny option that makes a trace show you some tips. So let's start this with this feature, which is probably most impressive of all. This example you see, it's an infamous example used to demonstrate how slow a trace could be, how slow the programs it traces could be. And eventually, we have a feature that makes all these things upside down. That is, trace no longer slows things down that way. By installing the secomp BPF program, the traced program runs almost as fast as untraced one. As you can see from these statistics, it's exactly the same example people used to show demonstrating how slow things are. So you see just maybe 10% difference when the high I/O loaded process is under trace with secomp BPF enabled, compared to like 40 times slower. It looks too good to be true, right? However, it's really that good. But there are some limitations. Maybe these limitations are not that important for you, but you should know about them just to choose the right tool for you. Because of the nature of secomp programs that you can install but can remove, you are naturally forced to use follow forks mode because the secomp program is inherited on forks. So unless you specify follow forks, this option secomp BPF is no option. Also, it is not compatible with any option that detaches a trace. For essentially the same reason, you can stop this program. And what will happen if program still stays, but the tracer is no longer there? These secomp trace stops, which are used to communicate with the tracer, they turn into secomp error stops, which effectively disable those syscalls. And this is probably not the thing you want the program to do. Like in the following example, it's kind of an artificial example, but from this example you can see how bad this could go. We're just tracing exit group syscall. And when there is no secomp, we just detach a trace and nothing odd is happening. But, well, in case of premature trace termination, there is no way
for the tracer to work normally after its tracer was detached. So it actually seek faults because at the moment of exit group, it can't perform this system call. And then it goes to halt thing instruction that, or something like this, depends on the architecture, and actually seek faults. So it affects the behavior of this process. So while seccomp instrumentation in a trace is really fast, there are cases where you can't use it. Just you should be aware of this. So this is the reason why you can't, for example, enable it by default. There's a quite old feature that enables a trace to daemonize itself. By default, when you run program under a trace, it just forks a tracer and it runs as a child process. But in some cases, you don't want for a trace to be visible. So things are turned upside down, and the parent process is the trace itself, and the trace is going as a child, or actually as a grandchild, because it forks twice, so not to be the direct child of the tracer, so it wouldn't be visible that way. It's quite an old option. It exists since 2011, I think. So yeah, for example, if you run something under timeout, there is a clear difference because timeout is sending signal to this process, and when it's trace, it detaches too early, so you can see the output. So why I'm talking about a feature which is more than 10 years old? Because it's not enough. Simple demonizing is not enough, as you can see in this example. When, for example, you are sending the ckill, it kills the trace anyway, because the signal is sent to the process group. So we added an option to also move demonized trace to a separate process group. Actually, you can specify D to move the trace to a separate session if you need this. But for this timeout example, it's enough just to move to separate process group. So this way, a trace is not affected by signals sent to its tracing. There are some ideas maybe to enable this demonizing mode by default. I mean, demonizing with moving to the separate process group. But the previous behavior existed for too long, so we don't know. Maybe somebody is assuming the traditional behavior, and we are like too picky about backwards compatibility. So we decided we would rather add this option. It's another option that controls trace behavior, which is very recent, is the ability to stop tracing after a specified number of system calls, which are those that are not filtered. So if you are tracing just a few syscalls, only those you're tracing are taken into account. People suggest this could be useful for some automated testing scenarios, to attach to some running process and capture whatever they are interested in number of system calls and attach. And in this quite artificial example, I demonstrate the way how I use this sometimes. When I want to attach to a process that generates a lot of system calls, but I want just a few of them. I just attach, grab these few syscalls and attach. So for that kind of purpose, it's very handy. And this is a very simple feature. Like if you are developing some multiplexer program like Commode or BusyBox, which is a program that has several names, and its behavior depends on the name. So it's a very easy way to test this program or affect its behavior without installing. Because when it's installed, you can use its regular alias name, but when it's not. This is very simple. So moving to features that control various aspects of a trace output. These new features allow you to see what's behind process IDs. For example, you can see what's the program name behind process IDs you see in the output. The option is called decode PIDs. Com is a proc PID com. That's where it came from. It also has a short alias dash big Y because decode file descriptors option has alias dash small y. So it's kind of analogous. When you are tracing programs that are creating PID namespaces, sometimes you want to see not just the process ID that's visible to these traced processes, but also the process ID, how it looks from the trace process namespace. Why it could be useful? Because otherwise you wouldn't easily see which process is which. For example, when, as you can see here, like process with PID 2 and 3 is actually process you see later in the left column. So you can actually see which process is which. And really, you can combine both of these, like display both command names and PID namespace translation. And this way, it's even more visible. So you can see the program name, kind of, process com contains. And the PID in the target namespace, and PID in the trace namespace, and it's clearly visible. So in this example, I use option decode PIDs all because it's more handy. And maybe someday we will have alias dash double big I. I don't really know why we don't yet have this alias. It reminds me of dash double small I, which corresponds to decoding file descriptors information, which I'll be exactly talking about now. We have one more feature to decode file description information. It's information associated with signal of D file descriptors. So it's quite handy when you see system call accepting some signal of D descriptor, and you can see right away the signal mask associated with it. Looks nice. Also, you can see Linux contexts associated with process IDs, with file descriptors, and with file names. So exactly the same example with without this information. As you can see, it might be quite handy if you use SU-Linux. This is a short form, and this is the full form. It's so lengthy. By the way, all these strange-looking arrows you see, they are not produced by strace. So far, strace doesn't produce funny-looking arrows. Also, funny-looking arrows it also doesn't produce. Unfortunately, strace output with full Linux context is very lengthy. So you can see like something very long. Another feature which is probably really important for those who are debugging some strange Linux-related errors is showing of Linux context mismatch. Like in this very artificial example, assuming that there is a file with a Linux context that doesn't match the database, Linux will keeps this information. The information is in the database is that is unconfined, and actually it's a system. So a trace in this second text full mismatch mode would show the difference. You can see how long these lines could be, but if you're using Linux, you wouldn't be surprised anyway. And you can also show syscall numbers, which is kind of strange. Why would you need syscall numbers? You need system calls and not the system call numbers. But here's the example. There is one dying architecture called x86, which used to have and still has a few multiplexing system calls, like socket call. And there are still libc libraries that are using this system call for backwards compatibility. So if for some reason you want to know exactly which way this system call was, this socket call was called, via direct system call or via a socket call, you can use this. Okay, let's talk about filtering now. We have a feature that was announced many years ago as a -Z option. It was announced but never worked. And only in 2019, with a proper return status filtering, it actually works. So you can filter system calls by its exit code. You can filter and show just only successful syscalls or only failed or some combinations. By default, it, of course, shows everything, but you can see how this be useful from this example. Like, if you want to see just only successful syscalls, you probably would use this short option because it's really short. But if you want to see something less common, like those system calls that don't finish, you would use the long option. One less obvious consequence of using this status filtering is aggregation. For the obvious reason, a trace doesn't know whether it would print or would skip a particular syscall until it finished. It prints it at the moment it decides whether it should be printed or not. So it no longer prints all this popular unfinished and resumed stuff, which could clutter the output. As you can see in this example, this is without aggregation, and this is the same thing, but with aggregation. But be careful, it could confuse you. From this output, you could think that these nanosleep system calls were issued in this particular order. But you remember from the previous slide that they're invoked almost simultaneously. So the consequence of this segregation is kind of reordering of the output. But there is no other way to, if you want to see whole lines and you don't know whether they will be seen or not, it's probably the only way. Or aggregate afterwards. Like we have actually an aggregating program, but it's not modern. It's from a previous talk. Sorry. You can also filter system calls by the file description numbers. So a trace would show you just those system calls that operate on the specified set of file descriptors. Like in this small program, it's just a regular cut program. But the idea is that if you can filter by path to file, for example, when there is no path at all, like if it's, I don't know, signal of D file descriptor, which doesn't have any path. So you can use this. Maybe it's another slide. Every now and then, we add more system call filtering classes because people cannot and shouldn't remember which particular system call names exist on on this, on that, or that architecture. So there are groups, like we added 2 groups for filtering system calls related to file credentials and to system clocks. Okay. Poke injection is nice. We have various kinds of system call injection for quite some time. But so far, we didn't inject anything into memory. So this new feature allows you to inject not just into exit status of a system call, but right into the memory referenced by system call arguments. In this somewhat artificial example, I substitute the second argument of OpenNet system call by changing the string itself from etc shadow to some different name. So the system call succeeds. But unfortunately, it's not that easy to tell what's the file name, because it's a hex string, and you probably can't that easily read this hex string. It's a pity. But this is the interface we use. And also you can inject into memory after exiting system calls. So when injecting this return value is not enough. You can inject actual value that the system call would have returned if it would have been called. So in this example, not just the system call value is injected, but the actual value. But in this case, you can see what this hex is about. It's the string read by readling program. But maybe it's a good idea to add some interface to the trace poke injection to accept actual strings. So it would be a bit more readable, maybe, don't know. We have one more option to control a statistics output, because for the last few years we added a few features for gathering statistics. We can gather more different information about system calls, but by default we show this. This is what we show by default. But if you look into the main page, you would see that there are more of them. And for example, you can specify this or some other parameters you are really interested in. Yeah. So, okay. The last but not least feature is called --tips. It makes Der Strauss show you various tips, tricks, and tweaks. It was made initially as an April Fool's joke, but it was too good to be kept just as a joke. So it became an integral part of this trace. And in the beginning, you had to see some actual trace output before seeing this tip. But now, the latest release, you can just see the tip without tracing anything. You can specify which particular tips you would like to see, but by default, it will show you some random tip, which is kind of nice. So let's have a look how one of the funnest tips looks like. Okay. Tip number 31 says, medicinal effects of a trace can be achieved by invoking it with the following set of options. Medicinal effects of a trace. What? Actually, this phrase was coined by somebody who really used this phrase to request some feature how to use a trace to make programs that don't work actually work. because sometimes some buggy programs don't work in a regular way, but for some reason, because they are too buggy, they work just under stress. So that person wanted this to be documented. And now he or she, I don't know, should be happy. This is documented. There is something in this idea, because what strace does is in this mode, it doesn't do any printing. All it does is it makes the traces stop twice on every system call. So this affects the order in which programs are executing their system calls. So less traces, slower execution, and some bugs don't manifest itself. Okay, so maybe the last thing I wanted to say is tomorrow you can attend a few more talks in this kind of unofficial mini conference about strace. Tomorrow, Eugene would be talking about current state of netlink decoding, and Renaud would be talking about using strace to troubleshoot issues. This is going to be in room G0202. I don't know where this room is, but please find it. So, thank you, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
So now, how many tips in strace?
It's not that easy to tell because, yeah, okay, great. Thank you so much. So the question was, how many tips a strace currently has? And the answer is that it's not specified, and it's subject to grow. And you can't easily tell, because if you specify the number greater than it is, it would round up to the feature number. Well, it just rounds up. So you can't easily tell. If you watch feature, if you watch tip one by one, you would notice that you've already seen this. And this probably means that you've seen all the tips. But maybe the strace version is not fresh enough. Maybe in the next version we'll add some more. So kind of, these numbers are kind of stable, but we don't promise this. So you should, in every new version, you should check all these tips once more. Any more questions? Yes, please.
I will apologize because it's another tips question. There was a format called none. I don't have a computer to try it. What happens if I ask for a tip with the format none?
This means that the question was what would happen if tips would be called with parameter none. It's the way to turn tips off. I think. Print no tip. Yeah. That's it. Very simple. This means that you can specify tips, and then tips equals none, and then tips, and it will honor the latest you specify. This is the way. So Eugene wanted to add that we follow this behavior with most of the options, or maybe all options, for the reason that if you use some alias or a wrapper that uses a strace, so you could always specify something on top and it would override. Yeah. We have a few more minutes for any questions. I think so. Yeah.
Can you filter by specific error?
The question was, can strays filter for specific error? I don't think, no. No, I don't think you can. But I don't know why. It makes sense. Maybe nobody yet came up with a patch. It could be this reason.
One more. On the poke feature, it looks like you overwrite the memory that would have been passed in otherwise. So like you overwrote this at C# string. But that was probably like read-only. Is there a way of, instead of replacing the memory, to replace the actual numeric value going into the syscall? Like what if I wanted to replace an FD, like instead of writing the 1, I could write the 2, for example?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. What do you want to replace with what?
This poke.
Okay, so enter, exit, it doesn't matter, okay.
It looks like this is only overwriting memory. Is
Yeah,
there a way to change the register, like the actual argument that goes in? Like say I wanted to change FD1 to FD2 on the right syscall.
So the question was whether poke injection or any other injection could change system call arguments. And we don't yet have this for some reason. Maybe for the same reason. Nobody yet contributed anything. Eugen says that he believes it's not possible to every architecture, but we don't have to support a feature for every architecture. For example, SICOM BPF programs are probably not supported on some architectures that don't support SICOM BPF. So this shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah. But we would have to come up with an interface, and somebody would have to implement this, I think. Or unless the feature would implement itself. I don't know. Okay. Any more questions? No? If there are no more questions, then we probably can say thank you.
sec. Can you hear me? You can hear me? Okay, cool. Welcome. So this is the last talk of today. I hope you enjoyed the morning talks. So I just want to start by telling a story about an experience, not about developer experience. This is simply a user experience. This is back in the 8 years in Berlin. I was traveling with this ticket, and I got caught by a cop. But I was carrying this ticket. Do you know what is the reason? Reduced fare. What is the reduced fare? But there is nowhere it's mentioned it's children. But it's no. Yeah, I was like, my understanding was when I'm new to Berlin first time, there's no information that it's for kids. And I traveled with this ticket for a couple of times. I thought it's just 2 stations or short distance, not for the long one. I traveled and I was like, okay. But I got to know when cop caught me that, hey, you're traveling with a kid's ticket. And this is a kind of experience we see every day, here and there. And I'm going to talk about a developer experience and also how community can play a crucial role in impacting the developer experience. I'm going to share you the 5 techniques which I learned from my recent roles and projects so that you can take that and next week you can apply in your day job. And also if you have any feedback, let me know. I'm happy to discuss. And there's another example, another nice example. During the COVID time, in the tram stations, they were giving you like, what is a 1.5 meter distance? It's an equivalent of like a horse. How about this? This is so cool, right? Like in order to give you 1.5 meters, hey, this is how it is the distance you need to maintain. I really like this one. Yeah, elephant as well. And I also wanted you to do a quick look into your morning till now. Can you think about your experience at this conference? Maybe just share with your neighbor, like just for 10, 15 seconds. What was your biggest takeaway? Yeah, just talk to your neighbors. This is a community talk, so it's important that we talk to each other and help. And what are your biggest takeaway? Like, what are your positives? What are negatives? Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience. And for me, it's a great organization. Great organization. And if you look at when you enter, there's a signboards, and there's also information where to get Wi-Fi information. All this information, like where's the check-in, is without noticing it's helping you. And also I had a problem today, like 30 minutes ago. The volunteers organization team is helping me to figure it out the Wi-Fi. So good. Thank you very much for the organizing team. How cool is this? I really like this. This is a great experience. You don't know if you've seen, appreciate or not. This is a great experience. And also had a great community event today. Thanks, Boriana, for organizing this. We had a great localization community in Brno, and we had to talk a lot of really nice conversation. And we got to exchange a lot of great ideas. That's the power of community. And a little bit about this DevConf organization, the committee itself. How cool is that, supporting speakers? I really felt that they're really supporting. I really felt like being like, I could also contribute. This is a great initiative. And I've spoken to many conferences. I've not seen this. Maybe there might be supporting something like this. This is great. And also, if you have seen the app, you can also see who is attending. And you can also see what their background is, like what my talk should be. And also, I can also add presentations. And I can basically interact with the audience interact with the community. So this is a great platform, and I felt like this is really great. And also, you could give a feedback. Is my talk is bad or good? What can I improve? So this way, I can also improve. And this is a community effort. And this is from community effort. And I'm also going to share, like I said before, my recent projects at Localize, Contentful, and Commerce Tools. I'm going to share a couple of stories and how I approached and how community helped me. And I'm from Berlin. I'm currently based in Berlin since 2015. I ran several meetups, including design and front-end development-related communities. There's a saying in Berlin, if you are in Berlin, you don't go to a restaurant for dinner. You go to a meetup. We have meetup pretty much for everything. Every tech thing you take, every front-end frameworks, design, marketing, product development, we have meetups for everything. So it's such a great community place, and I learned a lot by organizing and running workshops. How many of you think user experience is same as developer experience? Okay, so good that not many. So let's take a look. I applied user experience techniques to improve the developer tools, to improve the developer experience. I straight away applied what happens, like, for example, I was building a design system, a UI components to build some UI applications for Contentful. We have a framework called Forma36. It's just a UI blocks. You can think about like a Lego blocks to build some UI. And as a product manager, I had a lot of backlog of items to work on, like improving the documentation, improving our components. We had a bunch of items. But these information was based on my user interviews. I talked to a lot of our customers. I also talked to a lot of our community developers. I asked, like, hey, what are the components? What are you're struggling with? I got a set of feedback. But we also have a community Slack channel at Contentful where I started answering the questions. I started understanding what are the problems they're struggling with building this UI application. I started helping them. I just started answering them. I started helping them. And slowly, I also felt like what I had the user interviews, what I got the insights, was totally different from what are the interactions and insights I learned from this community interaction. And I felt like if you just ask your users or your developer, they're just going to say, just like Henry Ford, you're going to say they will ask for fast horses. You're not going to get truly what you need. And this is a great quote from Amy from Sales Safari. If you want to know what a person really values, what they really suffer, what they really do, don't listen to their words. Observe their actions. I literally followed this. And if you ask me how I did, since I was answering a lot of questions on Slack channel, I started slowly building a trust among those community developers. And they started reaching out to me in a direct message on Slack. And for me, it was very easy, like, hey, I'm working on something. I would like to do a pair programming with you. Let's build this together. I want to see what does your environment look like. How do you approach? Do you look into documentation? What is your code ID editors looks like? It gave me a lot of insights, which I didn't get during the user interviews. And one of the best insight I got was TypeScript. And we were supporting the TypeScript in the UI application. And what I noticed from our community developer is he's never looking into documentation. For him, the documentation was types in the code editor itself. And he could able to understand what arguments, what is the argument types. And I never seen him looking into documentation. But our backlog was full of improving the documentation, improving adding new components. But after this, we changed our strategy to also include the types should be top quality so that developers can get their job done easily. And another, just an analogy, what we think as a user experience is we just want to deliver a burger. Like, hey, as a customer, you want to deliver what I ask. But actually, a developer is they don't want a burger, but they want a meal, and also you need to give a proper instruction how to prepare your meal. And also during that preparation, they also go through a lot of trouble step-by-step guide, and there's going to be a lot of troubleshooting involved. And this is why my analogy, developer experience, is not same as user experience. User experience is for consumers. Just a restaurant analogy, like you're at a restaurant, you are sitting on the table, and you order, you get. That's like a burger, what you get it, right? Whereas developer experience is for makers. Developers are makers. Developers are builders. They want to build things. They want to customize things. They don't want to just have a burger. They want to customize that. So that's why the tools you provide to developers, the way they interact is different from the techniques you apply to the user experience. And I saw the same example at Commerce Tools, building the UI kit, another design system for our customers. And I also did a pair programming sessions with our solution engineer. This is about internal community. I'm going to talk about why it's very important to build internal community first, and how you can get a lot of benefits from internal community. And moving on to all this, okay, we understood there's a user experience and developer experience. Okay, but how can I improve the developer experience? How many of you know what is jobs to be done? A framework, a jobs to be done framework? Okay, one hand. Okay, so I can give you a quick look. Example, people don't want your quarter-inch drill. They want a quarter-inch hole. So they just want to get their job done. They don't care whatever the tool they use. They want to get their job done. So to understand what it is, I have a couple of examples. For example, 20 years ago, if I want to buy a train ticket, I would just go in a physical store. I just have to stand and get. Today, I don't have to do it. I can just get it from the mobile app. Same job, train ticket, purchasing a train ticket. The way I can get it done, I can sit it at my home, I can do it here, it's much faster. The tools will change, but the job, that buying a train ticket, will remain the same. So the new tools will make your job getting things much faster. Another example, Netflix. Netflix, when they started, they were selling CDs. But now nobody is going to watch with their CDs. Everybody watches with their mobile phone or a desktop or their computer. Still, you're watching the movies, but the way you watch the movie using the tool has changed. How about for coding? For example, you being a developer, now you have a Copilot, for example. This is just an example. Copilot can help you as a companion to get your job done easy, but still your job is to build a useful software. Another example, AI example. There's a documentation side where you can do a search, what is there in your documentation. But here is the README documentation where with AI, it can also help you what you wanted to do, what are the steps. It can be more advanced. It can understand you what you're trying to achieve. And it can provide you more details. And for example, Stripe did with a ChatGPT. They have a documentation experiment where you can ask something, and it can give you a more detailed, concrete example what you have to get it done in a much faster way. And this is another example. Since we are talking about community, this is at airport. This is at before COVID, before Corona. Like they were asking me near the restrooms, how was your experience? But now they're clever. After COVID, you can just scan it and just share your feedback or concerns. Still the same job, feedback, but doing it differently. So think about how you can enhance developer experience with the tools you're building, how their job, the fundamental job, can be done in a better way. And there are a few examples. For example, this is from Xeda. Xeda provides you a database, querying a database, and it gives you TypeScript and JavaScript code, and you, as a developer, don't have to write this, and depending on what query you wanted to perform, it gives you a code. You just have to copy-paste this. So getting the same job done much faster because you have the code snippet, it will be easy to consume this data. And looking into the interface comparing to the user interface, there are some interface we need to consider when we are building it for developers. That is, of course, the code editors, command line, APIs, SDKs, and documentation. And also, while thinking about all these interface, there will be a troubleshooting. There could be errors. And this is a typical journey of a developer consuming your tool, your product, right? Getting started, reading docs, trying to use your tool. But there could be some troubleshooting. There could be some issues. How are you going to provide those paths? Make it easy for them. And this is a great example from Cypress. For example, if I get it's an end-to-end automation tool for UI automation, where there is an issue. If there is an issue, they also provide you how to fix it. This is a great way. This is a great way you can help your customers if you're just building some great developer tools. And you can see here, this is where the documentation that details what's the problem, how to fix it. So making their life easier to fix these issues. And another viewpoint, before we go into community part, developer efficiency. What is developer efficiency? Let's take a simple example. As a developer, I'm building some UI application. How quickly I can make changes on my editor, and how quickly I can see the changes in the UI. The faster I can see the changes, the higher the efficiency is. Let's say if I'm working on a monolithic application, I make some changes, it takes 1 or 2 minutes to build and deploy and show the local preview, then it's a low efficiency. Similarly, if you're working on a unit test, if it gives you instant feedback, that's a high efficiency. If it takes some minutes, it's a low efficiency. So think about, I just talk about only those two examples, but we are talking about validating changes on local environment, validating and following some standards, security standards, and deploying and sending it to production. High efficiency environment is where your tool is efficient, making the life easy for developers to build faster. At the end of the day, you're helping them to get their job done much quicker. And always aim for using your tool should be aimed to get your high efficient environment. And there are more details about what are the low effectiveness and high effectiveness. And the last part of this talk where how can we improve developer experience by community? We understood what is user experience, what is developer experience, but now how this talk community is going to play and help you. The first point is how open are you to get a feedback? Are you ready to get a feedback? If not, then your users will just ignore and go. If you're not ready to listen to feedback, or if your system is not ready to accept feedback, they just struggle in the middle and they go. You never get the feedback. But what are some of the examples you can try? For example, this is from Next.js documentation. And you, as a user, you can just enter your email and you can just give your feedback. And previously, the email also was optional. You can just send them the feedback. And we did a similar thing at Localize. We have the developer portal. And I created a simple Google form. I replicated the same thing, an email field, an optional email field, and also what's the problem. You know what? So much of feedback I get every once in a month. It is so much of useful. That way, our documentation is up to date. So first tip is open for feedback. Do you have forms? Do you say you're ready to hear feedback? Opening up where your customers will be more placed. So that's one point. And second, very, very, very important point, if you take one takeaway from my talk, is this one. Provide value to community before expecting returns. What I mean by this, let's take this example. This is a tour guide who kind of explains and provides value, show all the historical moment, and at the end of the tour, you're going to give them tips based on how happy with that guide. Similarly, what I've seen is a lot of product managers, including me, before I have a Slack community, I straight away reach out to those who asked questions, those who have problems. Hey, I'm working on a new project. I would like to get a feedback. Do you want to be a beta tester? No, they will not come. How are you expecting you to come and help you? Because it's not their problem, it's your problem. I don't have any credibility. I don't have any trust to them. How can you expect them to help you? So the big lesson I learned is build trust. How can I build trust? By helping them, by helping their problem, trying to help their problem. And also recognize community contribution. This is one great example from Contentful Forma36 open source repository. Like even if I do a small documentation contribution, or even open a bug and suggest a fix, my picture and what type of contribution will be listed here. This is a great way to recognize them and hey, I contributed to this project. I can really feel good thing about it. So recognizing community contribution is another thing you can definitely do. And as I was explaining the point of building a trust, it's not going to happen in a couple of days or even a couple of hours. It might take a couple of months, but it's very fundamental in order to get a valuable community feedback for your product. And this is also another very interesting pyramid. 1% of your pyramid is you can expect as a contributor. Let's say I have 1,000 community members. You can expect at least around 10 people might be your true contributors or champions. They would like to contribute. And 9% of those contributors they might comment, they might add, they might read, and they might, hey, this could be better. They might write, let's say we have a Slack channel, Slack group, and 1% of the passionate champions are talking about your open source tool and challenges, and 9% of them might be comment or interacting or like and sharing. So the remaining 90% of your community is just observing. And don't expect them to be kind of like interacting, but they're just consuming the content. It applies same thing for even social media. Only 1% will be sharing the content regularly. Around 9% will be interacting, and 90% they just consume, they just scroll. And you can also learn interesting tactics from social media influencers. If you have seen social media influencers, they always know the pattern. Hey, please let me know in the comment section. Please let me know what do you think. These comments, these feedback from the community is actually helping them to prepare what is my next big content I need to create. Same thing I've seen, people are using the LinkedIn polls to collect what is my next topic I should write for. It's again, getting the ideas from community and prioritizing what they should focus on. And this 1%, what you see here, it's very important you identify who are those 1% of your contributors are. And it's important you reward them. Of course, we as a developers, we love swags. We love conference swags. We love these open source tool swags. And it's up to you to identify those 1% contributors and reward them based on type of contribution they are doing. And you can go one step further if you have more time and if you wanted to do more in a systematic way. Like Balsamiq, for example, they have a customer advisory board where you can list down and you can come up with a plan, what is best way they can contribute to your roadmap, and also what your community contributors gonna get based on their contribution. And there are some ambassador programs from various developer tools where you can clearly mention what are the benefits they're gonna get. So that way, you're rewarding your 1% community contributors. and also inspiring them so that they can create more such content and contribute. And once you have, okay, I'm going to wrap it up. Once we have, I have two more points. Once we have those 1% contributors and you have a trust, then you have a chance to go deep dive user testing session with community developers. That's where you can go do a pair programming session. You can go even more than 1 hour and understand, build something together with your community, and you understand the pain points, where they're getting stuck, what you can improve, and also asking them to think aloud also helps you to kind of get you learn, which you'll not get it from just from user interviews by talking. And another tip I can give you is sharing observation. Along with you, it would also be great if you can also go with your product manager and your designer. They can be a passive observers. That way, you can speed up getting feedback, and you can align, and you don't have to discuss and argue, hey, I don't agree. But if they are observing, they also agree, and the feedback and conclusions will be much faster. And this is what I try to explain, that we all have different views, but once we attend these pair programming sessions, we start to feel that, yes, that pain is real, and we all have, after the pair programming session, all the team members agree that the problem exists, we need to fix this. And I can recommend these 2 books. If you wanted to do the user testing and pair programming session, which gives you more about how to do that, and also what questions you need to ask, more open-ended questions. And I use automation tools like Calendly and Zoom. Zoom works perfectly well for me because as soon as somebody books a user testing session, I get a Zoom link and email schedule, so it works perfectly. And I can also record and watch it later for research purpose. And another tip is, this is a great place. The physical events are a great place to get a feedback. This is where you can find developers. And if you're sponsoring this event, and this is where you can talk to your developers and ask for feedback. For example, Auth0 did a dev day event. They're running the user testing of their website in the event itself. So this is a great place to find a lot of developers. I highly recommend, if you are sponsoring any event, utilize that opportunity so you can meet a lot of developers. An internal community, I would try to wrap it up. This is another very important tip, dogfooding. We should start using our tools built by product companies in the company itself. And, I don't have time, but I would like to show this. This is a great advice from Kelsey about Kubernetes, how he gave Kubernetes core engineers to install the Kubernetes on their system, how they struggled, and how they improved the Kubernetes later.
Customer empathy sessions.
And friction lock technique is, if anybody joins your company who has a fresh mindset, they can log all the good and bad experience about your using your product. And this technique is used by Stripe. And that way, you know where the pain is, where people are struggling, because those new joiners and new developers have a fresh perspective, where you as a developer who's building a product might miss that fresh perspective. And I use it for marketing, because I work at a marketing team at Localize, where I also, if I want to send an email to a developer audience, I do a very quick test with our internal engineers. It doesn't have to be 30 minutes. It can be just 5 minutes or 10-minute session. And I just ask, like, hey, what are you expecting from this email? What do you understand? And we can also improve and make the email shorter and also make it more developer-focused. And with that, I will conclude my talk. So here are my takeaways for you. Open for your feedback. Find out the channels where you can get a feedback. Always ask for feedback. If you have a Slack community, always tell that we are here looking for feedback, if you have any feedback. And also, some of the companies even go one step further. They put a Calendly link where you can book a call. A community member can book a call and talk to you. And provide value to your community members before you expecting them return. Always solve their challenges. Build the trust. And once you have a trust, go deep dive user testing sessions. That way you can understand their pain points and participate in-person events and talk to a lot of developers. And this is a great chance to get a lot of feedback if you have sponsoring the event and get your feedback for your tool. And in terms of internal community, do the dogfooding, use your internal engineering resources. Friction log techniques, if new developers are joining your company, that's a great way to get a lot of feedback for your product because they will be viewing it from a fresh perspective. And do a lot of quick user testing with your developers itself if you are doing any developer-related improvements, because starting with internal community is much easier than looking for developers from outside from community, because it takes time. Building trust takes time. But you can start today by talking to your internal community, building internal community of developers. With that, I'm going to finish my talk. Thank you very much. If we have time, I can take a couple of questions. Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you.